Yeah, peace and power to the family. Peace and power. Love divine. Give thanks for coming in. I wonder who's the very first person there, boy. Yeah. So, peace, love, and coconut oil family. Welcome to another edition of Melanated Empire, where we are rising consciousness, raising the awareness of our people universally, but immediately even within the Caribbean. So, as the family see on the title, this is part 2 of Does the Bible Prophesy Haile Selassie? Now, don't mind the title, family. The thing is, the Bible is used somewhat to correlate what the Rastafari brethren them want to ascertain in regards to the metaphysical aspect of it. So it's just like to piggyback off of it. But it is really going to go into the realms of metaphysical realms, right? So as a family know, for the very first part, we had Ras Kwame and we had Ras ICERN. Now they were to have the reasoning with one brother called IMHOTEP Africa, my brother, but he couldn't make it due to circumstances. So in this part 2, and I mean, while we were having part 1 for about 30 times during, part 1, they calling on the bedroom name, and if IMHOTEP was there, if IMHOTEP was there, man. So he's here today. He is here today with his family, the Hierophant when it comes to metaphysics. So I'll even bring in the brother and introduce him still, Peace and love, my brother. How are you doing?
Hey, peace, love, and light, family. Peace, love, and light. Are you hearing me clearly?
I'm hearing you clearly.
Yes, peace, love, and light to each and everyone.
True,
yeah, man. Give thanks for being here as well. Time and space permits. I'm happy to be here to just build and vibe and learn as well. That's the whole purpose of the reasoning.
Give thanks, man. Ras ICERN is not yet present, and I think that is partly due on my part because I was sort of putting everything together, and I sent him the link last minute. But I sent it to him, so he will be here shortly. But still, accompanying him and Ras Kwame may be a bit tardy as well. But accompanying him and Ras Kwame, we have 2 other Rastafarian bedrens. One Nkuma Jed, met the bedroom. I hope he's there present with us. Let me bring him on. This is really this will be my third interaction with the bedroom. The first time I came across him was actually on, he was hosting a reasoning with 2 Rastafari elders, one Ras Nigel, and I forgot the other bedroom name. And I had, some contentions with what Ras Nigel was saying. And the second time I met him was when I did a live presentation, a live about it. So this is the third time. Give thanks, my brother, for being part of this discussion, this reasoning. How are you doing?
All right. I bless. Yeah, and me good day.
And you well, King. Give thanks, man.
Yeah, man. Rastafari greetings, man. Bless the love. Give thanks for inviting me to come on the panel and reason with the Adrian and them, and respect.
All right, give thanks. Well, look, I see Ras ICERN pull up there. So yeah, through the elder go forward still, I go introduce the elder because I was just showing them Ras ICERN. I was just telling the family that I sent you the link late. So that is why, you actually might be a bit tardy, and I blame myself because I had so much thing to try and set up, to get the thing in line still.
True, Jack. I mean, say, this link's supposed to send, so if you have a little glitch, you can work it out before you actually on. But anyway, we're here.
All right, we'll give thanks. So, how is the eye doing? All is well? Everything good?
Yes, I.
All right.
But just send the link to Kwame, so you should be seeing him appearing shortly.
Okay. And next, brother, as I was telling you, IMHOTEP, because I mentioned we have 2 other Rastafari bedrens accompanying Ras ICERN and Ras Kwame. So Nkuma Jed is one of them, and the next bedroom is Wasir Hiru Ma'at, from where I roam, which is St. Lucia, so the bedroom is a brother from St. Lucia as well. I'll allow him to give his introduction. Peace, love, and light, bro. Hotepu, how are you? How's everything doing, man?
Uncle Jasineb, Hetepu Abet. Greetings, family. I go there, my brother. Greetings, IMHOTEP.
Peace, love, and light, brother.
Yes, I.
To each and every
Greetings,
one.
RAS ICERN.
Yes, I respect to all ones likewise.
And greetings, my brethren, Akumajed. I'm looking forward to the reasoning. As the I said, we've come here to have some good intellectual discourse on metaphysics and possibly the life of His Imperial Majesty.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm from St. Lucia and I'm raised here. I founded the White Lotus Temple dealing with Kemetic culture and spirituality and African history. So greetings to one. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
All right, give thanks. So we also ask that when anyone is not participating in the discussion like that, to mute our mics to avoid any feedback, you know. And I see my honorable pull up in the building, Ras Kwame. Let me bring him on. Give thanks, my brother, once again for joining us still. Peace and love. How is the eye? You muted.
Yes, I. Greetings. Blessed love to one and all. Yes,
give thanks, man. Give thanks.
Give thanks.
Yes,
right. Well, we're missing one more brother, right? But we're gonna start it like this. You know what I mean? And again, as the title said, this is part 2. And the brethren that wasn't present in part 1 is actually here with us today. So I don't know if the brethren them, meaning Ras ICERN and Ras Kwame, and address the brother in regards to what they had to say to him, you know? And possibly during that bill, Wasir and Nkuma Jed can perhaps, you know, come and do their piece as well. So we're gonna allow a speaker to have, say, like 3 to 5 minutes, you know, to give their deliberation. So we don't know what is, you know, hog up the mic and lose the point and the trail of fuck like that still. So yeah, I'll send it over to Ras Kwame or Ras ICERN, whoever want to start it still, to address IMHOTEP, you know, and the rest of the brothers can mute our mics. Yeah, see.
Yes, I. Greetings again. And respect King. Respect. I view the man as an esteemed individual in these type of knowledge differently. As a man know, because I touch base with you. By the way, I'm speaking to the good brethren, IMHOTEP. You understand? So as I say, I made some contact with you because the metaphysical angle that you have brought to the discourse, well, it instantly appealed to me because early in my chatting, I got my hand on a metaphysical Bible dictionary, and it really shifted everything for me in terms of my understanding of the scripture, because it brings symbolism into the whole picture of things. And prior to that, well, we weren't dealing with symbolism, you understand, in the sense that it was just a literal interpretation of everything, you understand. Upon learning now metaphysics are the principles that apply in metaphysics. Because by the way, I don't view metaphysics as something that is outside of the human self. I think we have made metaphysics into a discipline, the way that we have made maths and different subject matter into a discipline. But to me, metaphysics is natural to the human being. I mean, it's just a matter of, you know, knowing what it is and then apply some term to it, like we say metaphysics. All right, but it's something that natural to the human output differently. You understand? So really, I was kind of interested to hear your interpretation of events, and how would you apply a metaphysical interpretation to events. The reason for that was because in metaphysics, along with the definitions that you give, which are anatomical, anatomical, I mean that when we say like the Lion of the tribe of Judah, for example, you speak to the anatomical symbol of it in the right hemisphere of the brain. You understand? In my read of metaphysics also, it not only relates to that part of the anatomy, but it also speaks to a certain thought force. All right, so in that sense now, you can do a metaphysical reading and even events based on what thought force the different players in that event would symbolize as things unfold. I'm very aware though that it is not like whatever you ascribe to an individual in whatever context, that it is personal, because the symbol can also be applied to any other person once we have in that same thought value within any context or situation. You understand? So basically, that's it's along those lines that I really wish to engage you, and specifically as it relates to His Majesty's role in the unfoldment of history. You understand? So, you know, I'll just put that forth. I don't know if IMHOTEP would like to, you know, add something to it, qualify or disqualify anything that I might suggest, where metaphysics is concerned relating to thoughts as opposed to a particular part of the anatomy.
Okay. Peace, love, and light again to each and everyone. As I said earlier, you know, we are here to engage and learn from each other, because that's how the, you know, yes, the vibrations is all about. Now, when we speak about metaphysics, it's important for us to substantiate the correlation between our anatomy and physiology and, you know, our mental characteristics. Man has a threefold nature. You know, man has body, soul, and spirit. So it's important for us when we speak about metaphysics to, you know, correlate those characteristics. As I've said before on numerous occasions, you know, when I do my discussions on Facebook and things like that, I speak about the Bible as a book about anatomy, physiology, and psychology, because contrary to popular beliefs, the authors of the book, they were not Eurocentric. The people who translated it, you know, and we know there are interpolations and convolutions and it was plagiarized, etc., etc. However, the authors of the books are, you know, they were occultists. They were also metaphysicians. So even as it relates to the Bible, a lot of people will say, oh, there is no reference of metaphysics in the Bible. But the first metaphysician mentioned in the Bible was Joseph the Dreamer, right? And Joseph the Dreamer was the one who interpreted Pharaoh's dream of the fat kine and the lean kine. So, you know, that reinforces what metaphysics entails. So for those who think that, you know, metaphysics is like a pseudoscience and things like that, metaphysics is a way of life where it connects to us from a spiritual level, from a physical level, and from a mental level. So I just want to put that out there, you know, so going forward in the reasoning. Give thanks.
Respect.
Yeah, that's peace. I don't know whether Ras Kwame want to come and give his bill in regards to what the Bridget just said.
Yes, greetings, one and all again. Just basically what and I was really concerned about is, as ICERN touched on early on, you know, whether or not the brother was able to do a metaphysical read on specific period within our time. We're bringing this up because of you know, during the last part one of this this program, this reasoning, you know, the brother in the comment section keep insisting that you know, Bible has nothing to do with Haile Selassie, referencing the revelations, also the whole aspect of the metaphysical reading that we were giving to Haile Selassie. I'm not sure if the brethren really overstood our rationale or analysis of it. So yeah, I think that is what we really want to focus. In addition to that, too, I just want to touch a little bit, if time permits, on also another point in the initial video, the first video, not the last one. He was sharing, Imhotep was sharing some histories concerning the whole advent of Christianity going into Ethiopia. So if time permits, also maybe we could touch a little bit on it. So, but for now, yeah, that's basically my concerns and what I would like to see. Reasonable. Yeah, bless.
All right, give thanks.
Yes, sir.
Uncle Majed, I don't know whether you like to lay your premise on why you really saw it fit to come within the reasoning to share, specific information. I don't know whether you want to give a little bill on that.
Well,
you sound a bit low, right? You sound a bit low right now.
Yeah, am I good now?
True, you're good now. Yes.
All right, yeah. When I was taking in the discussion, the part one to this discussion here, I was taking it in. I was hearing certain types of logic and thing where I wasn't agreeing with. So I just decided to comment in on the comment section. I see the same brother IMHOTEP Africa going hard in the comment section with a lot of contrarian commentary and things. So I heard that he coming in at this point. So I say, well, let me come on to the panel now and see if it is we can change the narrative of certain talk now,
All right. Thanks for coming in, man. Yeah, so I see we started casual. I don't know if what series present right now there. Yeah. Yeah, was there I was just asking, giving everyone a chance to lay the premise still and why they saw it fit to come within the reasoning. So I'd like to give you your 3 minutes or so to give your deliberation still.
Okay. Everyone can hear me? All right. The reasoning the last time was an interesting reasoning, going into the metaphysics but of course metaphysics was founded in Africa, and where it came from was when we left the rainforest and we got to the place where there was only stone, and so we were the first masons, and these tools we used that brought about geometry. These same tools we used to cultivate the spirit and the character. And this is the beginning of what we would call now Freemasonry. Freemasonry in the modern world entered the black arena through Prince Hall, who fought hard to bring it into the Americas. Of course, being seen with black spectacles. But ironically, it was the same English Freemasonry, because we had not really fully grasped the concept in Africa, in the West. They had those that were already going into the Medu-Necha, like Martin Delaney, who was also a Prince Hall. Most of the Rastafari founders were Masonic and did not have a literal interpretation of scripture. If you read the works of Macpherson speaks about the Howellites as practicing a certain kumina. And if we know kumina, it comes from the Congo. And in the Congo is still preserved the Dikenga, what they call in Kemet the Ra'atum, the cycle of everything in the universe. It has its birth, its midday sun, its death, and its rebirth. This is where the symbol of the cross comes from. So we are the originators of abstract thinking, what we would call now the synchronicities of the elements of Nun. So in viewing the works of His Majesty, we have to see, of course, we know he was a Mason. So we have to look in to see these tools you gather from Freemasonry. How did he use it to play not drafts on the international scene, but chess? So we have to know what was against this little man in Ethiopia, on a continent surrounded by colonialists, to bring a people that was so far back in history, mentally, and even physically in their social, economic life. How was he able to do this? What sacrifices did he make? Personal sacrifices, and also unpopular sacrifices, seeing the bigger picture. So all these things we have to analyze when viewing the works of His Majesty as not as the God of the Bible. Because when you speak of the metaphysics, you know that the divine, what we call the nature, is a spirit. It's an energy. And we can either use that energy to do negative or positive. So when analyzing His Majesty, we need to take that abstract thinking and apply it to organization and building. Hetepu.
Yeah, give thanks, man. Powerful bill. So, IMHOTEP, I'll say you heard all of the premise still, you know. Or you do say, give your feedback. Yeah, and I guess your feedback will obviously instigate, and start off the whole vibe still. Yeah, peace.
Yes, my brother. All right. So, peace, love, and light to my brother, Wasir. Yeah, he made some very good points. All the other ones did as well. When he expounded on Freemasonry, right, a little bit, and everyone knows that Freemasonry started in Africa. Primarily Tamari, ancient Kemet, Egypt, whatever you want to call it, right? However, he pointed out that Haile Selassie himself was a Mason. Now, my brother is, he's cognizant of the principles of Ma'at. And, the principle of Masonry, where one has to walk with their left foot forward, which is to trample down evil so the heart can go forward. So, in essence, a Mason is depicted by their works, because one has to say Anuk Ma'at Keru, which means I am truth of words and deeds, right? So his actions and his thoughts must be in synchronicity with the laws of Ma'at. So if someone claims to be a Mason, or say they are a Mason, which the brother alluded to Haile Selassie as being, his actions should be in conformity with the principles of Ma'at. So, even from a Eurocentric perspective, we see these fraternal orders and the people who are these members, they are, very evil, they are wicked, that goes against the principle and quintessential nature of what Masonry is and what it entails. So with Haile Selassie, with him being, deified, and there is the romantic writings, and he's being edified and things like that. It's important for us to look at the fundamental principles of who Haile Selassie is and what he did. My brother was saying that he had to be a tactical person on the chessboard. That can be disputed, because we know of the history of him and the Europeans. Unfortunately, you know, I understand that people will say it was in the interest of protecting the people of Ethiopia, but there is other historical records to show that Haile Selassie, you know, did not represent the entire Ethiopian, you know, the population in terms of his actions. So I just want to say that to, you know, let that be a part of the discussion as well. So we can look at, you know, His Imperial Majesty, you know, from critical lenses. You get what I'm saying? I mean, he's our black brother, you know, we acknowledge him, we applaud him, but critical thinking has to be applied as well in terms of who he was and what he did. So we'll definitely, you know, be expounding on that as we go along.
Question. Question, bro.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm hearing what you mentioned about the principles of Ma'at and so forth, which quite naturally would bespeak a person of a certain character. His mic is mute. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
sure he's hearing you.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay, good. So what I'm saying, because I'm hearing that and I can agree with that. It's just like one can say, all right, you say you're Rasta and Rasta stand to righteousness and all the rest of it. So we're going to look into what your life work is. What do you do and what you did not do to see if you measure up to this standard. Okay? I do not think that being a Mason recluse a person or exempt a person from their natural human nature, in that we are flawed by that and we will make errors, we will come short in that sense. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
The human element is still afoot, irrespective of the standard that you're trying to meet in terms of integrity and righteousness. Okay, respect. I want us to take that into consideration as we do a critical look, as you say, of His Majesty. I want us to take that into consideration rather than to make it look as though because you can find shortcomings here or there mean that the person is disqualified in terms of their integrity. There's a certain suggestion in that a one's got to be squeaky clean and not have a single spot then in order to command the respect or command certain, how should I put this? Well, certain respects. Let me just stick with that. To command certain respect from, I guess, the aspirant of uprightness. You understand? So I want to put that in because I don't know of any person that practice any kind of spiritual practice anywhere in earth that is flawless or without any fault. I think our human nature presupposes that these will happen. And if we're going to use those areas to determine whether a person is of integrity or of uprightness or not, then none of us will be qualified, irrespective of what order we subscribe to. So I just wanted us to just put that in to bring some balance while we will seek to make critical look and be highlighting. I'm going to go right out and say, because I've been hearing them, the errors of the person of His Majesty. So I just wanted to put that in to bring some balance and fairness as we pursue that reasoning. Okay, let me just go forward and just ask a question. As we were looking in the comment section, IMHOTEP, as we were having the last reasoning there, and even in the one previous to that, the interview that you had with Simon, you had said that the scriptural passage of Revelation 5 that mentioned about the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, it has nothing to do with Haile Selassie. I would wish for you to explain that, exactly what you mean by it has nothing to do with His Majesty. Reason being, let me just add this in just quickly before you answer. If there is a particular parable, let's say, and I can relate something that happened in real life with a person to the parable, and anyone can see the connection, the correspondence between the parable and the moral of that particular parable and how it fits a particular situation in real life. Would you say even by that the parable itself had nothing to do with what you apply it to? Would you say that?
If we're going to talk about the Bible, you know, Helios, Biblos, Book of the Sun.
True.
Yes. Revelations chapter 5, right? Verse 5, which, you know, most Rastafarians will allude to. You know, it's important for us to start from verse 1, you know. And when we say the Lion of Judah, what is the main reason why, you know, we say the Lion of Judah? Because Judah was the one that Jacob called what? A lion's whelp, right? Can we all agree on that?
True.
Okay. But in Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 22, Dan was also called a lion's whelp. Okay? So I'm just putting that out there, that Judah was not the only one who was called a lion's whelp. Now, when we look at Revelations chapter 5, starting from verse 1, it says, I saw, because it's important for us to understand and understand the etymological meaning of words. And when we're talking about revelation, the etymology of the word is apocalyptos, which means to reveal. To reveal means to open. And the key denominator in the book of Revelations is the opening of the 7 seals, right? The 144 and the 666. So the number 9 and the number 7, it's numerology. You know, when we talk about the opening of the 7 seals, we are talking about the 7 life force energy centers, aka the 7 chakras. Okay, that is what is being referred to when he speaks about the 7 seals. Can I substantiate or validate that? Revelation chapter 5 verse 1 says, and I saw, you know, him on a throne, and with the book written within on the back side. Okay, that's important. He spoke about the book being in the right hand because it's his reference to the right side, and written within. The operative word as well is I saw. I saw. Because it is speaking about not a literal scenario, but a metaphysical, spiritual situation. Because Revelations is the first book. Revelation is about it's actually about the evolution of consciousness. That's what the entire book of Revelation is about. While people might think that it is the last book in the Bible, in actuality, it is the first. So it is pretty much speaking about the evolution of consciousness. Okay, so when it says, I saw the book in the right hand written within on the backside, that is speaking about the 7 life force energy centers, aka the 7 chakras. So when we say the Lion of Judah, Judah, remember, right? Judah comes from a son of Jacob, right? And Jacob is from Isaac, and Isaac is from Abraham. Do we have any historical or archaeological evidence to substantiate or validate the existence of these people? No, we do not. The book of Galatians chapter 4 verse 20 to 24 explicitly states that the story of Abraham is allegorical. When it says it's allegorical, it means that it is a story that has a deeper metaphysical meaning. So the fact that Abraham is allegorical, which means that he never existed, then automatically Judah has to be allegorical. When we speak about Jacob, right? Remember Genesis chapter 30, verse 31, where he saw God at Pioneer, right? And his life was preserved. That is speaking about your pineal gland, right? With the 12 cranial nerves. We can correlate Jacob and his 12 sons as also the 12 signs of the zodiac. Within the brain is the 12 ganglionic centers, right? So I'm just saying that if Abraham never existed, then there is no solid argument to validate the existence of a Judah. Now, when we talk about Judah, right? Judah, when I say Judah represents the light, Judah in the book of Numbers encamped at the right side to the east. That is in the book of Numbers, right? Then the number of his tribe was 186,400. It is no coincidence that the speed of light travels at 186,400. Okay, so that is the correlation that we have to look at. But when we are going to say that Haile Selassie is from the tribe of Judah, if Abraham never existed, that means that we cannot substantiate that. Okay, David, King Solomon, these were not historical figures. Okay, so I just want to make that very clear, so at least we can see what angle I am coming from. Because if there was no, if Judah never existed, what validity does Haile Selassie have? Let's note that in history, it was in 1270, it was Yakuna Amlak. After the overthrowing of the Zagwe dynasty, right? He started the Solomonic dynasty. And not because he started the Solomonic dynasty means that there was an actuality of a, King Solomon and a Queen of Sheba. It's allegorical because Solomon represents the sun center, the solar plexus. Okay, every son of Jacob has a correlation to our human anatomy and physiology. Not a literal story, should never be taken literal. So when we look at Yakuna Amlak starting the Solomonic dynasty in 1270 after the overthrowing of the Zagwe dynasty, that is where it all started from. So Yakuna Amlak was the first and Haile Selassie was the last.
Powerful input. I see Ras ICERN is very attentive. He has another question, so I'll give him.
No, not question. I'm just commenting. I mean, I completely agree with what he's saying. And when we were saying that Revelation 5, we seem to be suggesting that it has something to do with His Majesty. We're not trying to suggest some kind of biological connection with His Majesty. That's not where we're coming from at all. As I constantly say on the last interview, we are dealing in symbols here. So His Majesty bearing the title of the Lion of the tribe of Judah, for me, is symbolic. As a matter of fact, his grandson, Ermias, in a presentation before the Congress Library in Washington, D.C., actually said that these are mythology and they're not supposed to be taken as history or biology and so forth. Now he walks this earth and bear the prestige of being descendant from the lineage of King David and King Solomon. Yet he is coming out and saying that these stories are mythology. So look at that. Now, if it is mythology, yet they are purporting this title and this line about being descended from the lineage of King David and King Solomon, it means if he's admitting at the same time and yet still carrying that prestige, it means there must be another meaning to it than literal.
Okay, my brother. Let's not forget that Yakuna Amlak, before he ascended the throne, it was prophesied. There is the story, because a lot of things are oral traditions and what we would call fairy tale. And it was a rooster that prophesied that any man that eats his head will become ruler or emperor. And Yakuna Amlak had the rooster killed, and the head was eaten, and that's where he validates his ascent to the throne. I say that to say this: when it comes down to the Lion of Judah, and I said before, Judah represents the light. In the Masonic fraternity, right, you have to be raised from the dead level to the living perpendicular with the Grandmaster's grip of the lion paw. Okay, so the lion, which also represents the constellation of Leo, or what we call IMHOTEP, was always significant in the Kemetic spiritual system. So with the Abuna, which, you know, prior to Haile Selassie, most, if not all, the Abunas were appointed by the Coptic Church in Alexandria. They knew some of this science. I mean, this science is not nothing that is foreign to them. Okay, so when he was crowned Kings of Kings or Lord King of Kings, whatever, I mean, a lot of Kemetic pharaohs were crowned or called Nebsuti Sara, which is the same thing as Lord King of Kings. So the misconception sometimes is that people think that Haile Selassie being crowned King of Kings, it was just by the Abuna, because the Abuna carried the weight of the Coptic Church. So to solidify the position, let's not forget that Haile Selassie was not the one who was in line to say, boy, you know, he was ordained. Okay, so I'm just saying, when the Abuna crowned him, right, that's when he got those titles. But those titles are not new. Kings of Kings, Lords of Lords, it is not new, and it is not only applicable to Haile Selassie. There were other rulers before him in ancient Kemet. There was actually King Darius of the great Assyrian Empire, who was also had the title King of Kings. His son Artaxerxes as well had the title King of Kings. And I go back to ancient Kemet, where a lot of the pharaohs were called Neb, Suti, Sara. So I'm just saying that with Haile Selassie, when the Abuna crowned him and gave him all those titles, those were nothing new.
All right, give thanks. I would just like to say, yeah, powerful bill so far, powerful bill. And Kuma Jed wants to come in to, I guess, show some pictures or show some vibes to give his take in the discussion. But I'd just like to say that thus far, what I've understood from Brother ICERN and Kwame as well is that the actions of His Imperial Majesty, even while he lived, are gargantuan, let's just put it that way, in regards to a mere individual. And because of such, and moving, you know, as though it's chess within the international level, because of such, he would be esteemed as divine. Let's put it that way. Let's take out the word God, perhaps, to move the biblical narrative, although Ras Kwame, in his perspective, from the bill last time, says that there are some scriptures, and again, as you are building on the Revelation chapter 5. From Ras ICERN's point of view, because we are looking at the anatomy or the physical nature, his view and his take is that it will unequivocally, I mean, for lack of a better term, be sinful. So he's saying that no one is perfect. So we cannot watch the physical life per se of His Majesty. You know what I mean? That's what I'm getting from what the veteran is saying, which is why the metaphysical aspect comes into it, showing that since we not really on the, you know, since they not really on the Bible understanding like that, full 100, the metaphysical side come in, which would be the same Revelation chapter 5, verse 5, being just one of them, you know, try and make that metaphysical link. But what I'm saying before Akuma comes in, if one is laying claim to the divinity on a metaphysical, a spiritual level, right? Shouldn't the without reciprocate the within? Not that I'm saying to be completely spotless, but in regards to degrees of what one would not consider, you know, humanitarian or divine in regards to certain decisions he took. We can see historically. So I'm saying that while the bedrons they may esteem to seeing that divinity on a metaphysical level, I just think that physically his accenting would portray that same divinity. You know what I mean? And perhaps that is the bill Kwame gave when he said from 1940 to 1945 in regards to the international world stage, what His Majesty did. Um, and Imhotep listened to that and he had to give a build on that as well. But as I said, before you come in, I want Kumajed to
Sure, sure,
give him a little chance to build on that there. Yeah,
sure.
please.
Yeah, man, greetings. So, well, even from the last conversation and into this one, it somehow it not really on topic with the topic, you know, because they thought I like the Bible prophecy of Selassie, however. So I just wanted to kind of share some loose little definitions and concepts now. So you'll let me know what you're seeing. Are you seeing that day? All right. So Messianism. Messianism is the belief in the advent of a Messiah who acts as the savior of a group of people. Messianism originated as an Abrahamic religious belief, but other religions have messianism related concepts. Religions with a Messiah concept include Judaism, Mashiach, Christianity, Christ, Islam, Isa Masih, Zoroastrianism, Saoshyant, Buddhism, Maitreya, Hinduism, Kalki, Taoism, Lihong, and Babism, he whom God shall make manifest. In Judaism, the Messiah will be a future Jewish king from the line of David and redeemer of the Jewish people and humanity. In Christianity, Jesus is the Messiah and the Savior and Redeemer. In Islam, Jesus was a prophet and the Messiah of the Jewish people who will return in end times. Right? These are just some loose things where I pull off of the Wikipedia, just outline what we're talking about if the Bible prophesy Haile Selassie. Right? Judaic messianism. Messiah. Right? Messiah means the anointed one, a term used in the Hebrew Bible to describe priests and kings who were traditionally anointed. In Jewish messianic tradition and eschatology, eschatology is a word that concerns the end times, yeah? The study of the end times. The term came to refer to a future Jewish king from the Davidic line who will be anointed with holy anointing oil, and rule the Jewish people during the Messianic age. In standard Hebrew, the Messiah is often referred to as Melech HaMashiach, literally the anointed king. In biblical times, the title Mashiach was awarded to someone in a high position of nobility and greatness. For example, Kohen HaMashiach means high priest. While the name of the Jewish Messiah is considered to be one of the things that precede creation, he is not considered divine, in contrast to Christianity, where Jesus is both divine and the Messiah. In the Talmudic era, the title Mashiach, Melech Mashiach, literally means the anointed king. The Messiah is to be a human leader, physically descended from the Davidic line, who will rule and unite the people of Israel and usher in the Messianic age of global and universal peace. Yes. And they had different. Tell me.
Go on,
All
King.
right.
I'll say my question for when they're done.
All right. All right. So it have the concept going through different evolutions, right? So it had a one named Cyrus the Great called Messiah in Isaiah due to his role in the return of the Jews exiled, right? A number of messianic ideas developed during the later Second Temple period, ranging from this worldly political expectations to apocalyptic expectations of end times, in which the dead would be resurrected and the kingdom of heaven would be established on earth. The Messiah might be a kingly son of David or a more heavenly son of man. But Messianism became increasingly eschatological, and eschatology was decisively influenced by apocalypticism. While messianic expectations became increasingly focused on the figure of an individual savior, according to Skolazwi Woblowski, the Messiah no longer symbolized the coming of the new age, but he was somehow supposed to bring it about. The Lord's anointed thus became the savior and redeemer, and the focus of the more intense expectations and doctrines. Messianic ideas developed by both new interpretations of the Jewish scriptures and also by visionary revelations. So even if we considering this in terms of highly Selassie, you would say, well, the visionary revelations, when the man who say Marcus Garvey say, look to these for the coming of a black king or whatever. But a new interpretation of the Bible would be like how man like would be applying Revelation 5:5 and Isaiah 53 and other messianic scriptures now and interpreting them in terms of highly Selassie, as we don't know the national epic of Ethiopia being the story of the Solomonic tradition and all of that, Here again.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah. Okay, I'll pause for now, but I'll try to show well the messianic concept and how it relates to Haile Selassie, and even the turmoil we're discussing the Lion of Judah concept it's a epithet, what really signifying a messianic messianic idea. Then you understand? Yeah. And even in the scriptures now they have the concept of the Messiah is really the concept of the divine king, and they're talking about it also have the concept of Melchizedek, the king of righteousness, inside Genesis and inside Psalms and thing. They bring up the Melchizedek, and they also in the early foundations of the mythology that come into the Bible, Old Testament, they talk about Yahweh being the king, a divine king, who fighting against the elements of chaos now. You understand? The watery elements of chaos and thing. So up inside of that, yes, the concept of Messiah is a breakdown of that ancient concept of the king of being God himself and manifesting on earth and them thing,
I'm something to say on that, but I see IMHOTEP want to go through, so I go allow him to lose his trail of thought still. Yeah, my brother, you can go through.
Okay. When we speak about the Messiah, it's important for us to understand and understand that the authors of the Bible, right, they were occultists and they wrote in symbology, because symbolism is the language of the wise. That's what they say. They wrote in symbology, right? When we talk about the Messiah, it means the anointed one, right? And there are so many biblical scriptures. Hear, O Israel, the Lord thy God, the Lord is one. The Lord means the universal law of equilibrium, because the Lord is the law. Okay, let's make that very clear. When he speaks about the one, if you look at even the $1 bill, the American $1 bill, you will see the pyramid with the all-seeing eye on the capstone, and it says, "In God we trust one." I mean, a lot of people might see the part that says, "In God we trust," but down below there is one. When it speaks about one, it is speaking about the singular, the single I, the I am. Okay, so when it speaks about the Messiah being the anointed one, the Messiah is the comforter that is mentioned in the scriptures that says, "I will send you a comforter." Who is your comforter? your pineal gland is your comforter, which is called the single eye, which is called the one, which is called the Christ within, which is called the Messiah. The anointment, remember, the pineal gland produces serotonin and melatonin. Thou anointest my head with oil. That is what it actually means. When the brother speaks about Melchizedek again now, remember, he was the ruler of Salem. And Salem means peace. Same way we would say shalom, or in ancient Kemet we will say hetepu. Salem means peace. So he was the ruling center of the right side because Abraham gave him 10%, right? Remember again, if we speak about Melchizedek, the allegory of Abraham tells us that, he never existed. So long story short, when we speak about the Messiah or the Savior, it is actually referring to the pineal gland. Whenever the kingdom is mentioned in the scriptures, it is speaking about your crown chakra. The children of Israel is an aggregation of individual thoughts in consciousness. That's the reason why they were in the land of bondage, because Egypt represented sensation. So this is something that we cannot read it literally, we cannot take it literally, but when it speaks about a Messiah concept, it is talking about the pineal gland with the 12 cranial nerves. That's why the Yeshua, Jesus had the 12 disciples or 12 disciplines.
Okay.
Well,
Can I come in?
I hear a lot of the concepts IMHOTEP propounding, but I want like some of these ideas, it conflating various cultures and different epochs of time and thing, you know what I mean? So see, well, them talking about chakras coming from far India, or you're saying, well, it's the 12 ganglions in your brain and thing. These is paradigms where you might apply onto the scriptures on certain thing there, but to say that, man, thousands of years ago, 2,000 years ago and thing, we're talking about the 12 ganglions in your brain and all of this sort of thing. It come like it's a modern kind of interpretation that you're putting backwards onto things. Not to say that that is not written and coded and they have allegorical and hidden messages in the scripture, but some of the things what you're propounding sound kind of fantastical right now. And
All right.
and with the I'm losing my point. Can't I'll go get back my point just.
Yes.
All right, true. Let me take a piece at. Oh, what's everyone to? Also, I'll give you a moment here. Just let me just say something to Kumajet there. In my view, a metaphysical understanding, right, would be that beyond physics, okay, beyond physical reality. So now we're talking about spirit, we can talk about soul, we can talk about its relation, the cosmos, and how it's interconnected, as above, so below, and all of that good stuff, right? But it appears that Nkrumah Jed is now attempting to make the Bible sort of historical, because
I want to speak to that too.
Yeah, true. Yeah, because while the brother is giving the metaphysical understanding, which is, I'm guessing, the level ICERN and Raskwame want to take it to, because again, in their understanding, you cannot apply the literal concept of God or say that His Majesty is the biblical God. But then in your short presentation showing the messianic definition, it began by saying the belief in the advent of a Messiah. Right? Now, again, when you apply that and messianic, we go in Bible, back circle around to the Bible the same way, which is why, again, I wish I would have the other guest. I hope he's just being tardy when it comes to Bible doctrine. You know what I mean? And trying to attribute it to actually historical and literal. Like the bedroom trying to take it on a metaphysical level, and I see you trying to bring the scriptures back and saying, well, like through the definition and through the just now I can just now I can the I go the I go the Bible itself, that particular book, right? Back in the day when I was doing research on that book, I mean, I even really want to take that book serious right now. But in regards to its sources and where they got different parts of the Bible, I came across what they call Zondervan Publishing, right? And Zondervan Publishing is a Canadian Christian publishing company, and they actually give some of the sources and showing where these books come from. So we know that, you know, hymn 104, the hymn to attend. So we have some Egyptian sources in there, some Sumerian, some Akkadian. Who is to say that there is not some Indian in there? So when you say like the thing is sort of far-fetched, you know, and songs kind of fanatic, or like the man in a fairy tale, or let's look at it like a new age teaching. And I see in like, honestly, it is more applicable. Because if you now try to make the Bible historical and try to say, well, Selassie is actually the Messiah that the Bible speaks of. Yes, I love the fact that it's actually attending to the topic or the name of the presentation. Meaning, does the Bible prophesy Haile Selassie? But again, you will fall into a lot of difficulty with that one there. You know what I mean? And we can take a little walk down that path after, I guess. Yeah, I think you wanted to say something, and after I go, let Wasiru go, because Wasiru asking me to go sing the time, you know? Yeah.
All right. Well, I just want to bring a little clarification, Siamun. I'm not saying that the Bible is a historical document per se, but what I'm hearing here is that it have no historical element at all, you know. But I know in the field of biblical archaeology, and not even biblical, in archaeology itself, they have some of these people attested to in the historical record, like Hezekiah and these people. They have coins and things attesting to them now. So I would like to ask the brother IMHOTEP, because he seems well studied on these matters. I want to find out when it is that people enter the historical record claiming to be called Israel or Judah, and if they had real physical locations where these people reside and these kind of things.
Just before IMHOTEP go in there, I just want to say, right? But there is what they call, there is a term they refer to as anachronisms, where they misappropriate dates and times to historical events. So even though you have some element of historical fact in there, the narrative that was constructed around it still is not really factual. And I'll let IMHOTEP go through still.
Yes, thank you.
Right.
Yeah, man. I was about to say that, my brother, Siamon, because if we are supposed to read the book of Genesis and the creation story, the Enuma Elish, or the Sumerian epic of creation, which you know predates the book of Genesis, it's a plagiarization word for word, right? Even the book of Genesis, with all the various translations, was speaking about Elohim, because it is the science of androgyny, when the energies were together. Everything starts with the atom, okay? And in the book of Genesis, he was called Adam, okay? The Bible will tell you that Eve is the mother of all living things. When it comes down to mother, the Greek word is mater, which is matter. And matter, you know, is the source of all living things. I say that to say this. There has been interpolations and convolutions. I made that very clear at the beginning. The people who translate and retranslate and mistranslate, it has been plagiarized. So there has been historical references which does not tie into the narrative of the story. So when you read the Enuma Elish, you will see that it was Anu Enlil Enki creating man to mine for gold, etc., etc., etc. Right? They said, let us make man in our image, in our likeness. Okay, so the Sumerian epic of creation and the story of Genesis, of Adam and Eve in the garden, is a plagiarization. So I'm just showing you the correlation between various times of antiquity and their references. Okay, now when we're gonna talk about the Bible is a book on anatomy and physiology. Okay, the Bible is not a historical book. Even when they say Egypt, right, or Mizraim, they are not referring to the place that we call Egypt right now. And I said before, there is no historical or archaeological evidence to show us Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Judah, Benjamin, Joseph. Nothing at all. Even one of the greatest Jewish historians, right, from the University of Tel Aviv, he says that the Exodus never even happened.
I understand what you're saying, brother, but I just want to, what coming down to then, I want to find out where you get your cipher to make these statements that, well, where you get your cipher, where you interpreting the Bible to mean that is about anatomy and these kind of things. That's what I mean to say.
Okay, my brother.
From the ancient scriptures or whatever.
All right. So there is a formula to everything. There is a formula to everything. It's important to understand etymology. Codex in scriptus, or the codes in the scriptures. It's important for us to understand that as well. It's important for us to understand anagrammatic writings. It is important for us to understand occult sciences. So it's an interrelated, interconnected source. That's what I'm saying. When I say Judah represents the light, and I can show you the correlation of his tribe number being the same as the source of light, right? I can tell you that there are 4 elemental forces, and we can talk about the earth, the water, the air, the fire. Judah was the 4th son, okay? Judah was the 4th son, and the fire is the 4th stage of consciousness. The fire is the 4th element, right? Judah is the lion, which does not have any correlation to a historical figure. So I'm just saying, right, when we can correlate the stories in the Bible to our anatomy and physiology, the same way I can tell you that the pineal gland has 12 cranial nerves. That's a biological fact. The pineal gland is your 3rd eye. That's a biological fact. Matthew chapter 6 verse 22 says, the light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, then thy whole body shall be full of light. Okay? That is speaking about the single eye, which is your pineal gland. Your pineal gland, when activated, produces serotonin and melatonin. So I'm just saying, my brother, Matthew chapter 6 speaks about the single eye. And we all know and we can all agree that within you is a 3rd eye or 1st eye that they call the pineal gland. So I'm just trying to show you the correlation between that book. Also, once we understand occult science, once we understand Codex in Scriptus, then we can see the similarities or the correlation.
All right, but I ask you when it is the people enter the historical record.
I'm sorry?
When did the people known as Judah or Israel enter the historical record? Are you trying to say that it's completely a metaphysical thing and these people didn't really exist in real life?
That is a fact, because no one can prove.
I'm not talking about the ancient the patriarchs, and I'm talking about let we say like the Second Temple people and the people all in Alexandria and all of these things, and the documented wars against the Romans and the Maccabean revolts and all these things. Like, you saying that all these things here is just post-dated and falsified history or something?
I'm not saying that. We're talking about the Bible.
When they enter the record in real life, then that's what I mean. Because
New
Testament books, what is in AD, in Common Era period, but they would have books that were coming from an AD period and they're being collected and certain thing like that. You know what I'm saying? So it come like you're trying to mystify and pseudofy the whole Bible and thing into anatomies and ganglions and thing. I thought asking these people is real people in history, in real life. So it come like you.
Who was real? Who was real? Who was real? Just give me a name. Give me a name.
All right. Let me give you a name then.
Yes.
Somebody like Paul also. These people
Who?
is real.
Paul?
Never
Yes.
existed.
No, never existed. No, never.
So the epistles of Paul and these people. So all of this stay up to date with the biblical scholarship or what?
No, I'm just saying, brother. If no, Paul did not exist. Okay, I'm just saying the book itself, it has its flaws, it has its interpolation and its convolutions. But
I
I'm just saying,
understand the
name me
mysticism,
good. So name me one person, one disciple, one apostle, one tribe member that is proven that there's historical or archaeological
Okay.
evidence.
All right, then. Well, our Old Testament figure who I call was Hezekiah, King Hezekiah.
Yeah. So you're saying King Hezekiah?
Yes.
Yeah, but remember that as Siamon says, my brother, sometimes they put historical names in there. The same way how they put Xerxes. Xerxes is in the Bible in the book of Esther. Okay, King Darius is there as well. So I'm not here to tell you that every single person that was mentioned in the Bible never existed. I'm talking about the tribe of Judah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. There were names, there were rulers that were mentioned in the Bible who are in fact historical figures. Okay, so I'm not gonna stay here and say that there wasn't. But if we're gonna stay on the reasoning and talk about, say, Haile Selassie being a Messiah or being prophesied, then there is no historical evidence. Because from the line of Judah, from David, from Solomon, these people never existed. That is just my position, and I can validate it because there is no historical records, none, nowhere. Even the Israelis who would love to provide this evidence to substantiate their lineage admitted that these people never existed and the Exodus never happened.
All right. Let me come and say something shortly, then Wasir will go through, right? The bedroom wait too long there already. And Kumajen is perhaps taking the stance that because there are sporadic historical elements in the Bible, right, that the messianic view can even be applied. In my view, he's justifying the messianic understanding, right? That lineage, that vibe there, because of the historical elements in the Bible. Yet still, I mean, and I know the brothers be on Dagger Squad University quite often, so he knows in regards to the scholarship and the biblical characters and the traditions and all them thing there. Garfield is very, very versed in that, which even he had to be part of the show there still, so he would even give you a nice response. But not because these characters, because I'm sure though they existed, they would still be not even considered us. And even the narrative again given of them, that's what I'm saying, because there is that still, you know, the name that I'm still, the name eludes me, where it speaks about
We
the
mustn't
Yasu.
Because I'm not really trying to defend or say that is we and all of this. I'm just trying to ascertain if it is that we are to understand that this writing is completely metaphysical in terms of in terms of understanding and certain things. You know what I mean?
Okay. Now that again is why I think this new faculty of reason of Rastafari is needs to come through, because your stance, and let's say ICERN stance, for example, it sort of differs to a level. You know what I mean? Because
we could always,
just now, Akuma, just now, Bedouin, yeah. It kind of differs. So that again would even result in the different sects within the movement. All again, because of the diverse and different understandings for that same one book. You check. Now, in my view, because the Bedouins again that says a metaphysical understanding, they coming on. So the Bedouin now is giving the metaphysical understanding in regards to how he know and how he has been trained, because they're like the Pharaoh is trying to use the metaphysical understanding to point towards Selassie, and the Bedouin is showing that metaphysically that is really not the case. But the eye now is coming on a historical level in regards to these things. You get some elements, you get Hezekiah, you get, you know, the Second Temple, and, you know, them little vibe there to show that perhaps, you know, they have some elements of truth in there. So the messianic thing, we can kind of ride with it. You know what I mean? Since basically, you know, it falling in Selassie plate. Let's just put it like that, you know. But what I'm saying still, even the Jewish people who subscribe to that narrative, the Old Testament and the Bible and them thing there, still do not acknowledge. You know what I mean? So again, it coming with a black people's own understanding of trying to interpret that same one book, when really the highest level, to me, to bring no division, well, I perceive it that way, I perceive it that way. If the understanding, the metaphysical understanding of IMHOTEP is applied, it can be applicable to every single individual on the same level. You check what I'm telling you? So thereby we're getting away from the savior complex. Because when we start to take the thing literal and the messianic vibe, and is a savior complex, so they're like we're always looking for, you know, that savior to come or that. But if we really acknowledge that the savior is really ourselves, perhaps we could move on to more important matters like this socio-economic stance and, you know, where we lie as black people. But I'll still up there and I'll let Wasero go through, but my brother has been there waiting still. Peace.
Asante. Yeah, I like the reasonment. But I think there is some things that are at the foundation of our discussion. At the foundation of our discussion is divinity. How do we interpret that thing we call divinity? Because surely we are all divine beings. So why should we take divinity and throw it behind someone and not be aware of our own divinity? Mankind, as we know, is made up of two levels. You have the beast and you have the divine part. The three below are primal energies of the beast. The three above are spiritual faculties. The heart separating.
Just now, Wasero, not to cut your wisdom, King. I just want you to address in your bill that Kuma said that these understandings of these psycho-spiritual centers are basically Indian in origin. So I don't know if possible you could show the actual African root before you go in with your deliberation. Peace. For clarity.
Well, in Kemet, we call it the Aritu, or we call it the Sefek Bara. Some call it the Shechem Shinra. And these are the 7 vortexes that lie on the spine. And they are also applied to different organs. So the heart separates the 3 below and the 3 above. Excuse me, hold on.
Yeah, IMHOTEP, you can speak, you know.
Yeah. Let me just add to what my brother was saying before. Unfortunately, he had to go. He said that you know, the heart is number 4. You get what I'm saying? And it's the same with the 7 chakras. Now, the heart represents Ma'at in the ancient Kemetic spiritual system, right? And we also know that Ma'at has to deal with the balance. So, truth be told, you know, it wasn't originated in, say, India, or it wasn't like Sanskrit or the Rig Veda or the Bhagavad Gita, things like that. In ancient Kemet, you know, we had the Pa'at Netaru, or the Tree of Life system, you know, and we focus on the Arat Shechem. Now, what I want to say is this. When it comes down to a savior, right? Even if we look at the story of Jeheshua, that character, you know, it's an allegorical story, but that character came to show us how divine we were. You know, he said that, you know, unto you is given the keys to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven. And when we speak about the kingdom of heaven, it is speaking about body and soul in harmony with divine mind. Ye are gods. Psalms 82 verse 6. Those are things that were affirmed because, we are divine beings. It's just that we are souls having a human experience. We are consciousness trapped in matter. So I say that to say this. I see myself as a divine being. So I do not look to anyone. My savior is my pineal gland. And that's the etymological meaning of the savior or the anointed one, because it is your pineal gland that produces the serotonin and the melatonin. If your body does not produce serotonin and melatonin, you're in trouble. You're in serious trouble. That's the reason why your pineal gland was called your savior. So I just want to make that very clear. Throughout times of antiquity, we have always been looking for someone to save us and things like that, because we have been, fed a certain dogma, and we have been told a certain thing. Certain things have been superimposed upon us, and as such, we tend to look outside ourselves. But if we look at the allegory of Jehoshua, it speaks about how divine you are, how you can manifest that I am within. That's why when Moses, and I am going to go into metaphysics again, because Moses simply means the lawgiver. And it's important for us to understand the etymological meaning of words. The Bible is Old Testament, New Testament. Testamente, Old Testament means old body, old mind. New Testament means new body, new mind. In the Old Testament, right? If we even look at the deities, there were many deities mentioned in the Old Testament, right? When you look at the New Testament, it's a different deity that is taking place. In the Old Testament, you had a angry Jehovah or Yahweh, whatever you want to call it, who would do this and do that. And in the New Testament is a totally different deity saying it is not the will of the Father that these little ones should perish, yada, yada, yada. I'm just saying that to say this, right? The Bible itself is a book about anatomy and physiology. It speaks about the tree of life. Your body consists of the tree of life. It is called your system, right? It's your system where the life force energy flows. So when it says do not appropriate of the tree of life, it doesn't mean it was a literal tree, because within you is a tree of life as well. That's what I'm saying. So I'm just saying that as it relates to even his imperial majesty, right? There is no correlation when it comes down to metaphysics that would tie him into any aspect of the Bible. Because if we're going to look at the meaning of Solomon or David represented the heart center. He represented love. That's the reason why he could not build the temple, because he was told that he's a man of war. Once the heart is corrupted, it cannot build the temple. Okay, that's why Solomon, the wise man, who is the man who is functioning from the sun center, he's the one that builds the temple. Your body is the temple. It says that. My brother is back, so I'll just,
All right, yeah. I was going to tell you a little bit, Jen.
Yes, yeah. So the foundation of the truth of the vibes is that was His Majesty a great man, worthy of divinity? Remember when we said there are people that are in the beast level, there are people that are in a divine state. So the question is, was His Majesty in a divine state of being? Do any of you know of any scholar, African historian and scholar, that met Haile Selassie in person?
I know of.
I was seeing Rogers. J. Rogers.
That's alive right now.
That's alive right now.
That's alive right now.
No. That's a good question.
Any of you all know any scholar, African historian and scholar, that's alive right now that met Haile Selassie?
Leonard Jeffrey met Haile Selassie first. Leonard Jeffries.
Leonard Jeffries. So I'll play a clip of Leonard Jeffries. I don't know if you're seeing my screen. You're seeing my screen?
Not yet.
No?
No.
No.
Something went wrong. Let's try it again. Let's share audio. Let's try it again. Let's cancel. Okay, now you all can see me now. Okay, share screen. Share screen.
We ain't seeing nothing yet.
Nothing yet?
No,
No,
nothing
like
is
that ain't working. But
Is it
what's the
working?
point you're bringing in?
Well, the point I bring in at is what Leonard Jeffries himself said about His Majesty. He said he met His Majesty face to face, he along with John Henry Clark. That was, I think, in 1975. They went to Ethiopia under a group. I think the group was AHSA. And he said when John Henry Clark and Haile Selassie shook hands, he felt the earth tremble. And he referred to Haile Selassie as a spiritual man, a man who stood for the unity of Africa. Now we know His Majesty stood for the unity of Africa because he funded a lot of the revolutions that were going on in South Africa, Rhodesia, all these places there. So he was looked at as the father of Africa. That's why all Mandela, even as Akuma Jedri told me that Haile Selassie even funded the work of Sheikh Anta Diop. I want to read a speech His Majesty made. And he was speaking to the Eritreans. Let me see here. There it is. It is no surprise to us, even now or before, if an aggressor should make any kind of move through Eritrea, since there is nothing unusual in this. What we have found a little surprising, however, is that whereas the people of Eritrea have always supported their freedom and gallantry by deeds, there should still exist among a people with such a fine record of history some hypocrites who are serving as instruments for marring past history and betraying it to aliens. You know that, though small in number, there have always been among us some alien puppets. This is a man that is talking about the puppets of Africa. Those that have sold out for their own financial gain. Of course, they said His Majesty stole millions and billions and he hid it in some account, and up to today they haven't found a cent. So we must be wary of the misinformation that the Western media have spread against one of the pillars of Pan-Africanism.
before.
So if we don't need to destroy the works of His Majesty to take him off the throne of Jehovah, that creature of the Bible. Because Haile Selassie is not Jehovah. Haile Selassie is greater than Jehovah. Jehovah said, forgive and forget. Haile Selassie said, forgive, but never forget. Remember everything.
All right, I will let IMHOTEP give a rebuttal to that still, right? But before IMHOTEP goes in. I know Ras ICERN have something to say. I see they're talking, but he's muted. I have to let IMHOTEP rebuttal the bedroom ICERN, and then I'll let the I go after still. Right? You hear me, ICERN?
Yes, sir. I respect.
All
Respect.
right,
Give
sure.
thanks.
Sure, man.
Because
I'll let IMHOTEP reply, and then I'll let the I go through after IMHOTEP. Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So all great leaders, you know, whilst they might not be perfect, but their purpose is always to be righteous. Okay. Now, if we're gonna talk about Haile Selassie, we have to take the bitter with the sweet as well, because during his reign, up until 1932, Ethiopia had slaves, over 2 million slaves. The British government was pressing Haile Selassie to abolish slavery. Haile Selassie himself said that slavery is an economic institution in Ethiopia. And as such, you know, at that point in time, he could not get rid of it. The Italian invasion of 1935 was a justification to end slavery in Ethiopia. Okay, let's just make that very clear. This is historical record, right?
But we don't believe that, eh?
Huh?
But we don't believe, and I sure you don't believe that too.
Don't really interrupt him. Let him finish.
Haile Selassie himself, when asked why is slavery still continuing in Ethiopia, he said that slavery is an economic institution. It is so institutionalized that he could not get rid of it at the time. Okay, that's what he said. That's historical record, because the British were pressuring him. As a matter of fact, when they were admitting Ethiopia to the League of Nations, a lot of other European powers were not in agreement because of the fact that slavery was still prevalent in Ethiopia. Now, I'm just saying, right?
I find that amazing.
Huh?
I find that amazing, given the same time that they had slave all over the place and colonizing all over the place.
Well, remember,
peace, family.
Yeah.
I now the reasoning is time to get heated, right? Now I do not want the item to interrupt the bedroom, because cine time we they going nice. You check what I'm telling you, we they going nice cine time. Everybody get the 2 minutes, and then so what I can see you doing, I said. But look, they are interrupting again just now. So then I can just write down the points. Just write down your points. So as soon as the bedroom done, you can just raise your hand and I'll let the eye go through.
No, well, I just want to because it seems like if it's a conversation with 4 man against 1 or so, it's not really like everything had to bounce back on the brethren to comment. You know what I'm saying? Like.
Yes, I understand that, and Kuma. Yes, I understand that, but at the same time, you're only watching one side. What's about if the brethren have something to address on what was Sarah said? If the brethren, just now, and Kuma, just now, if he has something to say on what was Sarah said, and then ICERN perhaps come and give another bill, you check what I'm telling you. I don't really want him to lose track, so that's why I want to give everything like just a fair disposal. You check. So it's not like a 4-on-1. It's not like that. Again, it's a reasoning, and we can see most of us in here, or there are kind of 3 different stands in here, right? 3 or 4 different stands in here. So we kind of have to give everybody a chance to build.
It has 6 different stands. So good, you understand? It has 6
different man. No, somebody bedroom share the same stand, so that's why I break it down to like a 3 or 4 there. So we're allowing the bedroom to build IMHOTEP, and after that, ICERN wants to give his bill because he's been checking me for a while, and Kwame hasn't raised his hand, but I'll give him a chance still to bill after ICERN or something, you know. Veteran raise both hands. Yeah, peace.
Okay, so yeah, man. So as I was saying, right, I'm pretty sure that we all agree that slavery was inhumane and it was wrong. Okay, now yes, Ethiopia had slaves during the reign of Haile Selassie. Slavery was abolished officially in Ethiopia in 1943, right? Now that is 13 years, you know, after Haile Selassie's reign. Why was that so? As I said before, Benito Mussolini used the justification of slavery going on in Ethiopia to invade Ethiopia. Yes, they had a beef from the 1897 or whatever, the Battle of Adwa, where they were, defeated. So Mussolini was planning on invading Ethiopia for a very long time. Haile Selassie and Mussolini signed a peace agreement. Okay, let's not forget that. However, Mussolini's justification, that was his only reason why he could say he was going to invade Ethiopia, was to free the people from slavery. So I'm just saying, Haile Selassie was the ruler of Ethiopia during a time of slavery. When confronted and asked about it, he said it is so institutionalized. It is so institutionalized that he cannot get rid of it at the time. Let's not forget again, there was this Pan-Africanist called Benito Silvan. He was an Asian. He went to Ethiopia, and he did an interview with Haile Selassie. And he asked Haile Selassie, if he's a black man, and Haile Selassie said, no, he's not black, he's a Caucasian. And this is Haile Selassie telling Benito Silvan that.
No,
Okay.
One question.
Your voice just now, Nkuma, please, Brethren, Nkuma,
Hey, listen.
peace, Brethren. Your voice had dropped while he was reasoning, IMHOTEP, so I think while someone else is speaking, you need to fix your mic or fix the camera or something, because your voice had dropped a little bit, right?
Okay.
And Raskwame has been silent for the longest while, so I will let the brother go through.
Just a quick question to and then IMHOTEP can continue on his dialogue. Was it in reference to the Haitian Sylvian, or was it Haile Selassie, or was it Menelik the first? Oh, it's the second, sorry, that he met.
No, Benito Silvan, right?
Benito Silvan was an envoy.
That's right, for Menelik, right? But also he spoke to Haile Selassie, because even after Menelik's death, he was still around in Ethiopia. Okay, he was still there because he's a Pan-Africanist, one of the greatest Pan-Africanists that is least spoken of. And when he asked Haile Selassie, if he considers himself to be a nigger or a black man, Haile Selassie says he considers himself to be a Caucasian. Let's not also forget that Haile Selassie, right, due to the geopolitical situation at the time, where you had the Italians controlling Somalia and Eritrea, and the British control part of, they call it British Somaliland, right? Haile Selassie was playing a chess game, that's for sure. But remember, right, the British foreign minister and the French foreign minister, they were conspiring behind Haile Selassie's back during the war with Benito Mussolini, right? I say that to say this. The British were using Haile Selassie to protect their interests as well, because they were trying their utmost best to ensure that the Italians did not take over Ethiopia, and as such would have threatened the Suez Canal. When he spoke in the League of Nations, when he went to the League of Nations and was asking and begging for help, what help did he get? They enacted some sanctions, but never did sanctions that would have prevented Italy from, ending their aggression. Haile Selassie as well, in 1943, used the British to bomb the people of Woyen during the Woyen rebellion. These are things that, we can't really beat around the bush about it. We can speak about the Wolof famine. We can speak about the annexation of Eritrea in 1962, which goes against United Nations resolutions. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that to bash His Imperial Majesty, but His Imperial Majesty was responsible for a lot of things in Ethiopia that even Ethiopians today are not proud to say that he was their ruler. We're talking about the Oromo people that he suppressed, even though his mother is from the Oromo tribe. He only claimed the Amhara tribe and made Amhara the official language when there were over 80 different dialects being spoken at the time. So in Ethiopia itself, we can sit here in the diaspora and we can sensationalize and glorify Haile Selassie, but in Ethiopia, I'm not even talking about Eritrea, but in Ethiopia, there are a lot of people who are dissentful towards him. In England, the Oromos tore down his statue because his relationship was with the British was a marriage of convenience. Okay, it was a marriage of convenience. Haile Selassie was more towards promoting or supporting the imperialist agenda. I hear my brother Wasir was saying that Haile Selassie was the face of Pan-Africanism. Kwame Nkrumah was more a face of Pan-Africanism than Haile Selassie. The difference is that Haile Selassie was more of a moderate and Kwame Nkrumah was considered a hothead, right? People will say, oh, Haile Selassie was the founder of the Organization of African Unity. Kwame Nkrumah was the one who put forward that idea, but he was shunned because of his firebrand rhetoric. So there are a lot of things that we will say sensationalize about Haile Selassie when there are a lot of things that he is responsible for. And let's not even talk about the famine in Wallo that was being swept under the carpet. So there are things that he did that was good. But for any leader to have the British bomb your own people, right? That I have to mark him down for that one. Okay? For maintaining slavery until 1943, while you were 13 years in, I have to mark it down for that. And the reason why he actually abolished slavery in 1943 was because of the international pressure that he came under. When the Italians invaded in 1935, they officially abolished slavery. So slavery was officially abolished in Ethiopia in 1935 by the Italians, but they do not recognize the actions of an occupying power. So they said, okay, officially in 1943. Remember, the British defeated Italy. The British and the Ethiopians defeated Italy in 1941. And slavery was abolished in 1943. So I'm just saying why it took so long again for slavery to be abolished.
Your voice go down again. Eh? So before someone comes and speak, I don't know if ICERN or somebody else want to come and speak, right?
And speak.
In my experience,
Go ahead.
Right? Before the item comes through. In my experience, the Bedouin quote, I mean, some things that I didn't really know of. But in my experience, even raised up within the tradition, it was coming across these bitter truths, as you said, that made me throw away the God title of Haile Selassie. I mean, the biblical aspect, man, I didn't get over it still a long time already, right? But the divinity and the spotless and like, yeah, if, you know, he's human, so possibly, you know, just want to sin and nobody can be sinless. But then when I came across some of the, I mean, you know, the decisions he decided to make, yeah, I felt away, man. Did I have no other way of saying it? I felt away and I cannot go around it and like try and say, well, like, you know, perhaps if we don't watch that and only watch the good, they're like, you know what I mean? So it was these truths that made me really step up on the journey still. And to be honest, not putting no down on the movement still, it, to me, in the evolution, because coming from the Christian background, Rastafari did play that role that we could escape the Christian concept and come to it still. You check what I'm telling you? But it has sort of drifted from the rebellion resistance hashtag it's supposed to have to the worship, you know, of the emperor still. And they're like that movement can be so powerful in my view, yo. And even our understanding towards the political frame and mind view, like Rastafarian politics, and if you want to talk about the Rasta government, you have to deal with the political agenda and everything that going in and see where you're. So to me, like the new faculty of reasoning I see that the Bedouins them trying to forward with, a lot of these things probably need to surface, because a lot of what the Bedouin is saying, IMHOTEP, I mean, it's not feeling nice, especially if that is where 1/5 is, it's not feeling nice. So that's why the constant rebuttals go on to come true. But give thanks, we're dealing with mature, men, mature God still. And I love the bill and how it going still. So I go let Ras ICERN go through. I feel he wanted to say something. Yeah. Peace.
I'm honestly, I really, there are so much thing coming out here now, because honestly, the focus of the reasoning going a kind of way. I really wanted us, this is something that we could have spoken about, but seeing that we were dealing with metaphysics, one of the issues that we wanted to bring to the fore as it relates to metaphysics is the idea of metaphysical thought. All right, separate to pointing out the anatomical symbols in scripture as it relates to the different part of the anatomy, which IMHOTEP so well illustrated. You understand? We have not gone there yet. One of the things that I like to draw here, on a personal level, everyone have a consciousness, correct? All right, cool. Is there such a thing as a collective consciousness, something that you can speak about, let's say on a community level? Then expand that from a community to a parish level. Can we have a collective consciousness that fit into all these different categories? Can we have also a collective consciousness in terms of a country as a whole? Are these things at all possible? Just give me a quick answer.
Is that in reference to me, brother ICERN?
Well, yeah, well, I would like you to answer that you're leading in terms of the anatomical interpretation of metaphysics.
Okay, so life is consciousness, consciousness is life, right? We are one with, the universe. There are 7 hermetic principles, are 7 universal laws. And, as it is, above, so it is, below. In other words, we are all interconnected and interrelated. However, right, if we have difference of opinion in the way we think, then collectively, we are always going to have our differences. And even in the Rastafarian faith, right, you do have Rastas who are Orthodox Christians, and you have Rastas who will not deal with nothing like that. You get what I'm saying, my brother? Yeah. So I'm just saying, in order for there to be a collective mindset, right, that has to be epitomized in our way of thinking. So
hold on. Don't go so analytical. Just follow me for a while, that I can steer you in the direction that I want us to go in terms of addressing metaphysics, in terms of metaphysical thought itself. What I really wanted to get out, that I can just continue, is the fact that there's such a thing as a collective consciousness separate to personal consciousness. So in other words, okay, we can gauge the consciousness of, let's say, an entire country based on the state of awareness that the masses are at. If you have, for example, 80% of the masses is on a material state, what we refer to as the beast and so on earlier in our conversation, level of consciousness, then it stands to reason that we can say that that country effectively, they are on collectively a beast level of consciousness. Could we say that? In the same way that it can apply to a person?
Correct.
Okay, good. Let's take that up to a global level. Can we gauge consciousness of humanity on a global level using the same principle from the personal to the national? Now let's go international into global. The principle can apply, can't it?
Of course, the principle of oneness. I mean, everything being interconnected, everything being interrelated. Yes, correct.
So it is within that context that we are saying that there's a connection between the statement in Revelation 5 with the title of the Lion of Judah in terms of how it applies on international and world consciousness. I'm going to go further and show you. Every country, right, symbolically in terms of how the structure lay out, is symbolic of the person himself. When you go into parliament and you have the left side and the right side, the opposition and the ruling party and so forth, It is symbolic of the left and the right hemisphere of the brain. They may not be demonstrating from each side exactly what each side of the brain represent in thought. They may not be doing that because that is a matter of the evolution, the collective evolution of the people in thought. Okay? But the structure of it, the parliament is like the brain of the nation. It is like the said head on our body that holds the thought and everything. So everything in terms of decision making and all such things that is discussed for the nation as opposed to on an individual level, it happens within the parliament. Now, if on a personal level, there is such a thought force in our consciousness as the Lion of Judah, because the Lion of Judah represents light. Light is knowledge, and not just knowledge, ordinary knowledge, but spiritual knowledge in particular, by virtue of the right side. Then it stands to reason also that within the structure of a parliament, let's say, that you can have someone epitomizing that particular thought force within the national consciousness of the country in terms of his line of advocacy within the parliament. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Of respect. So we are saying now we have the League of Nations now on the global level, which symbolize the said brain. This now is the brain of the world, not of the individual, not of the nation, but of the entire globe, because the organization is representative of such. So then if we carry the same principle, if the principle apply on a national level, that there's someone in the parliament that can represent that thought force that is symbolic of the Lion of Judah, that it also would apply on an international level.
I'll just answer for him. I agree.
No. Just want to get.
All right.
So you're referring me IMHOTEP?
Yes. All right. Let me say this. The League of Nations, right, when it was formed, it consisted of 32 countries, right? And it was primarily, European nations. The four permanent members of the League of Nations when it started was Britain, France, Italy, and Japan. Those were the four permanent. It's just like the Security Council now that has, like a 13 member or whatever, right? The permanent members of the League of Nations was really, 4 countries. And it was consisted of 32 countries. And we know that the world, has more than that. So the League of Nations, in its essence at the time, this was after World War I, it was formed, right? To, settle disputes and whatever. But the League of Nations was more of a fraternal order. That's what it actually was. It was more like a fraternal order that, is dominated by Eurocentric imperialistic ideologies and their agendas.
I am completely aware of that. So I am not trying to suggest by referring to the League of Nations that it has all world opinion represented per se. Because to me, the League of Nations as an organized structure is symbolic as well. So it would have symbolized the world. It doesn't necessarily mean that every single nation would have been represented at the time. Bear out that symbol in a metaphysical sense.
I have a question for ICERN. Since you are correlating these organizations or institutions and equating them metaphorically with a collective consciousness, right?
Mm-hmm.
In my view, because the actions, right, of these institutions, as the brethren rightly said, being of European Masonic doctrine, and we know that these are the same individuals we are completely against through being on our Pan-African conquest. So if we have to consider them in a collective consciousness, instead of it being a righteous collective consciousness, wouldn't it be a negative collective consciousness?
We're not really trying to qualify whether them will be devil or them be sinner, because if you follow the principle as you apply to a person personally, any one of us can be at the level of conscious awareness that we are really symbolic of the beast. We're at that beast level of consciousness. We are not into divine consciousness. So the same way any individual can be at these varying states up to the top, where you have divine super consciousness, Christ consciousness, as you say, an organization also can be on that same growth path, and maybe not at that level that we can call it divine. So the qualification of it, whether it's divine or not, is really not the issue. Because
I seen the answer kind of like you kind of stretching it, like you kind of reaching, because to me you're bringing them up to signify the event that took place in regards to, you know, the emperor and them way there still, you know what I mean? But
well, let me try and make it clear for you. Judah, or the Lion of Judah, is a certain thought force within consciousness. And on a personal level, it has its internal working in and among other thought forces within our consciousness. It is within that process that the Judah consciousness can come out supreme, where the dominion now of the flesh nature of the human being will fall on the divine consciousness. You understand? So what you're looking at His Majesty representing a certain thought force interacting in world consciousness with other perspectives. So you have to weigh now his argument. You have to weigh now his representation. What is he advocating for within that fray? And compare that with the position of the other thought forces. And by doing so, then you would arrive at who is really representing something divine, moral, and so on and so forth, as opposed to who is defending folly. Can you follow me?
Yes. Can I just piggyback on what he said, Siaman?
Sure.
Yes. All right. So the Lion of Judah in metaphysics, as you know, we said, represents, you know, looking to the east. Whoever look to the east is, you know, looking to the right side, the right hemisphere. Someone who is functioning from the right hemisphere, it means that your actions must be in synchronicity with universal laws. None of us are perfect, right? We are imperfectly perfect, right? However, once we are functioning from the right hemisphere, our actions must be of righteousness or of the right side. Now, sending Ethiopians to fight the Korean War, which was a European political agenda between communism and democracy, that's not right hemisphere functions, okay?
How do you qualify that?
Because Haile Selassie, if he is functioning from the right hemisphere, or if he represents that faculty, in no way, shape, or form, Ethiopians should have been dying in the Korean War.
What about his vow?
Huh?
Exactly. What about this contract?
What about the fact that the nation itself signs on to a treaty? Should he take a personal decision?
Yes, because whatever decision you
Personal?
take in the hold on, listen what I'm saying. As a leader of a country, your decision to go to war and shed the blood of any citizen of the country must be justifiable. Okay? The Korean War with Haile Selassie sending in Ethiopians to die was never justifiable, because it was a war of ideology. It was not a threat to Ethiopia's security. It did not affect the interests of Ethiopia in no way, shape, or form. So
that's exactly, let me just cut in. That's exactly the position that the European countries took when His Majesty went and asked for help. They're now going, instead of honoring the treaty, the collective treaty between the countries, they're going to take personal position like you're suggesting there and say, well, okay, we're not going to honor the treaty here because we have a personal opinion about it that's different.
Yes, because at the end of the day,
yes, that's dangerous.
No, what
if
I'm saying,
we have an agreement among the nations, right? And that suggests that if you have a certain conflict going on,
yes,
that the United Nations will have to have a force, let's say, to go and intervene, and a decision was made for intervention. How can Ethiopia pull themselves out and hope to have support if the table was to turn?
Because based on Geneva Conventions, all countries reserve the right to partake or not. And that's just the way it is. It doesn't mean that conventions are legally binded and chiseled in stone. Okay? Countries reserve the right to not go and fight in a war that is totally unrelated to them, that they have no interest. It does not threaten their national security, etc., etc. As a member of the League of Nations or the United Nations, yes, you are supposed to partake in the collective. But if certain actions are immoral, certain actions do not threaten your national security, why would you be sending your military to go and die based on a little war of ideology?
So my question would be, brother,
Really?
my question would be to the brother, is like, how do you determine, how do you assess whether or not this war was an immoral war? And how do you determine that? How do you determine that within the mind of Haile Selassie?
Well, I'll tell you why. Why. Because Haile Selassie was a Coptic Christian, okay? The ruler of South Korea, Sigmund Rhee, he was a Catholic Christian. The communists, Kim Jong-il, right? The first whatever, right? He was communist. So, they are not religious people. So the battle was a religious war between, and also a political war between so-called democracy and communism, but also between Christians, Catholic Christians who were in the south, and communist atheists, so to speak, who were in the north. What does Haile Selassie have to do with that? How does that affect Ethiopia? Going there to die? On what basis?
They still haven't justified His Majesty's mindset as far as the war go and so on. I don't know if ICERN has wrapped up his segment, but I would really like to address certain things, which if it's my time, just let me know.
Okay, proceed, but I reserve a space to come back. But proceed and get this stuff because you have not said a lot.
Yes. Just to preface this, just to preface the statement that I'm about to make. We're talking about just now these European countries who, not long, 1880 whatever, have just engaged in the strip and rape of Africa. And we are considering, in terms of the whole slavery aspect in Ethiopia, we are considering what they think about how soon we get rid of our infirmities or whatever. That's just a side note. But what I wanted to touch on is something that you said earlier, my brother, IMHOTEP. You talk about the Lion of Judah as not being nothing new, which is true. The conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, all of these titles are nothing new. You said it's only significant. I'm not sure if I'm representing your words correctly, but I think you said that the only significance that was attached to Haile Selassie's coronation was when the Abuna from Egypt really presided over that. I'm not sure if I represented that. Of course, we all know that this King of Kings, it's an age-old title. Brother Hero alluded to that, and ICERN many times alluded to that. What I want to know is that, do you see anything unique about this King of Kings within the sphere of international politics, within international cooperation, and so on and so forth? Because since we see all of the things that are not new to him, why don't we try to look at something that is unique to him, as far as being a King of Kings, as far as having the opportunity, the first opportunity to engage the international community, on an international level, and then of course, fulfilling what we see as being a light to the world, and so on and so forth. I want to see if you're able to read that period between 1930 and 1945, what has transpired, because we're talking about universal consciousness. We're talking about a global consciousness. And as you rightfully said, during the time 1919, when the League of Nations was erected, there were like about 43 members. At the time when Haile Selassie was coronated, it was about 63 member states in 1930 and 1945. So the world opinion would have been at least more expanded around the time of the war. But what we should also include when we're looking at that period is the impact, the political impact that it had on the rest of the world, particularly the African people of the world, and so on and so forth. What it has done to them, what kind of realization came out of that conflict. You know, as we know, Ethiopia within the African context was the last empire, the last standing empire on earth in terms of black empire and so on and so forth. And because of this, after news and so on got around that, hey, Ethiopia has been faced with aggression and so on, this kind of, you know what I mean, allowed for people to put Ethiopia into the focus. And Haile Selassie now became more, you know, known throughout the world. You see? So his representation within that aspect, we need to really look at that. We really need to do a metaphysical spin on that, a metaphysical read on that. You know what I mean? We need to put all of the key players. You just call Japan, France, Britain, all these guys that, you know, were major players. Even the US, even though the US at that time was kind of bad because of the series of neutrality acts that was passed in the Congress. But we really need to look at that, because we are talking about universal consciousness, global consciousness. And it's only at that time we see a sense of globalization, or our global consciousness started to permeate the whole world. So we need to look at that a little bit more, you know?
Okay, all right. So let me just clarify about, you know, when you alluded to Judah and stuff like that, I said that kings of kings and lords of lords is not unique to Haile Selassie. I just want to clarify that. All right. Now, when we look at the period of 1930 to 1945, that period is actually one of the worst period in Ethiopian history, because, you know, they went through, there was slavery going on. There was the war with the Italians. You know, they were defeated, unfortunately, because the Italians, you know, were much more armed than they use chemical weapons and stuff like that, right? Haile Selassie, their leader, their emperor, was in exile, right, until you know, 1941. Even though Ethiopia was a member of the League of Nations, no European nation supported Haile Selassie in terms of the battle with the Italians. It's what really took place was the British utilizing black people, because, you know, Britain controlled Egypt, they controlled Sudan, they controlled British Somaliland, etc., etc. They were the ones who used, you know, their subjects, which at the time, you know, was our African brothers, to fight the war. They were the Eritreans who also, you know, assisted as well, because they were Eritreans who were under the rule of Italy that fled to Ethiopia and started, you know, a guerrilla warfare as well. So even though the League of Nations was supposed to protect the interests of all parties, Haile Selassie was isolated and abandoned in this situation, because at the end of the day, Britain, France, all the global powers had to be focusing on the Western Front. For them, Europe was more important than Ethiopia. And they said it in their meetings. They said that they do not want to agitate Italy because the Mediterranean, right, is more strategic than Ethiopia. So what I'm saying is this: Haile Selassie was isolated. He was never given no assistance. The embargoes or sanctions that were placed 3 weeks after the occupation and invasion of Ethiopia, and the sanctions did not affect the Italian war machine. So if Haile Selassie created this collective group, or was a member of this collective group, you know, then we would have anticipated for him to have gotten the support at the time when, you know, he should have gotten it. But he was abandoned and isolated. What the British did now was to, you know, take him, use him as a PR to go around the world and gather some support. Let's not forget that in the Caribbean, a lot of our brothers in the Caribbean were very, very fervent about it, that we have to liberate Ethiopia and things like that. That's the reason why Haile Selassie was taken all over the Western world so he could drum up support. But he got no European support whatsoever, and that's the unfortunate situation. So if we're going to look at that, say, boy, the League of Nations and how he started like a diplomatic, process, he was isolated. He never got the help because they looked at him as just an ordinary little black man, and Ethiopia is not worth fighting over to agitate Mussolini and mess up the Mediterranean, the strategic Mediterranean area and Europe.
So they gave him up for ransom.
That is correct. That's why the British and the French Prime Minister Hore, he had to resign when it was leaked, right? Because they were in negotiation with Mussolini to divide up Ethiopia and give Mussolini a section of Ethiopia. And that was called a pact, right? And Mussolini accepted that pact as well. It's when it was leaked to the British public and there was uproar, that's when the British foreign minister had to resign. So I'm just saying, if he was such revered in the League of Nations, there was no way they could have stabbed him in the back like that and was negotiating behind his back to split up Ethiopia.
See, you
I think
wrong.
Jed and just now, Raskwame, I believe Nkuma Jed had a question or something there. But before he says what he has to say, I just want to say that, right? The topic was Bible prophecy.
Yes, but
and we said metaphysical. But you see how we go off in a tangent.
Yes.
The same tangent that Ras ICERN said from the beginning, if you have to watch, you will always get that fault. But then that fault again, a lot of Farai know it and sometimes don't want to mention it or probably say it's Western propaganda. But at the same time, in my view, to me, those same Western people had glorified him, put him on world scale, getting international, well-dressed and always traveling the world. And so, that's where to me the faith thing kind of, what I mean, it tying a knot in the whole thing there. That is just my understanding. So I'll let Nkuma Jed go through. I think he had a question for IMHOTEP or what he had to say or what have you. Yeah, peace.
Yeah, greetings. I find like the conversation getting kind of mired down in a kind of one way talk, Some of these, like when in speaking, in rhetoric, it have a thing called gish gallop. That's when you just pile on one set of accusations, one set of thing, and you're not really wanting to really stop and focus and deal with such accusations and put it in historical context and get through certain things. So you're going about Haile Selassie and slavery, this and that. It have PhD papers dealing with the whole history of slavery in Ethiopia and how it was a gradual thing. It was a thing ingrained in the culture. And even in the Fetanagas and other things where they had to legislate the thing, it was a whole different connotation than what we consider in slavery, as in chattel slavery and all of this other thing. It have different intercultural things now. So this kind of brash, kind of negative portrayal of everything Ethiopian and Haile Selassie and thing, I really do find it too appealing or I find kind of disingenuous. If you really have these concerns where we talk about these things in specificity or you know what I mean? Because what I hear in here is just also, and this is with full respect, brother IMHOTEP. Just like I see in this side, it come like every time somebody speak, it come like IMHOTEP going on speak for 10 minutes and say a whole set of million thing, and then you can't get to address it and things. So moderator, I would like you to deal with the thing, give thanks.
All right. That is why I said again, most of these, okay, first of all, I'll say, because I did mention that we went off topic and we go off in a tangent, but I still believe the reason that the brethren brought these things up was to again show and correlate with what ICERN was saying. Now, while he mentioned points, Raskwame had questions about the points he mentioned. So it may appear that everything was just going on and just a negative. It was clarity all the time that was trying to bring forward. Now, I understand still, while if it only sounded negative towards the man, again, the item is Rastafari, so you will feel a kind of way. You know what I mean? So I don't really want too much of the, you know, so at the same time, again, the bedroom was just clarifying Raskwame points, and I still feel Raskwame still have some questions for the bedroom in regards to them same points.
Oh,
but
no.
Think that, no? Okay.
No, we're going to go back to the point. In fact, I had wanted to address, before I address, that's why I said I had to preface what my statement was, because he had mentioned that based on the fact that most of the characters in the Bible are allegories, are myth, and Solomon and King David is said to carry a certain kind of divinity. You know, that means that based on the fact that they do not exist, that means where is Haile Selassie's divinity coming from? You know what I mean? I think the brother mentioned something like that. But I think ICERN also answered it, because we all know that each individual have their own personal divinity. You know, so I just wanted to get that out. You see, in addition to that, there's also histories about Ori, who is even before the whole aspect of the Solomon and Queen of Sheba saga, that is really, according to the histories, linked to ancient Kemet, to the whole ancient Nile Valley civilization. So if Haile Selassie is making or pointing also to a lineage, that means that he recognized something within that lineage that is also valuable and valid, that can also help him to validate his existence, or his, you know, his claim to the throne. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay, before IMHOTEP go through, I have something to say about that still. I thought that we did actually conclude that these characters never existed, right? So then that now would beg the question, if that is what the Pharaoh is using to highlight the divinity, if that is taken away, with like
it can't be taken away, because it's just symbolism. It cannot be taken away.
Now that's what I come in on.
It is symbolism.
It's
metaphysics, right?
That's why I go to let a man finish the sentence still, you know? Yeah, so since he cannot be labeled divine in that biblical context, just the notion that we are all divine beings, I mean, isn't that already enough, really? Like does it really have to come from that biblical narrative, since we know that it's not really true? So I think, again, all that needs to be addressed in the new faculty of reasoning and understanding. And,
but the Lion of Judah is not an indigenous biblical concept. It's, as Heru stated earlier, it's an ancient Kemetic concept. You see?
True. Well, that's what I have to say about it. But Ras ICERN wanted to go through.
Go through. As it relates to this whole thing, right, which I completely agree with. I mean, well, as IMHOTEP himself said earlier on, not in no absolute term, but I think generally speaking, all the characters of the Bible are myth. They're mythical figures, and I find enough information in my research to also accept that. You understand? The point, one of the things that we need to appreciate, though, whenever we're going to talk about lineage and all the rest of it, is that every nation first story, because remember, nationhood is something that developed at a certain point in history. You know, we don't just start out the nation just so. The concept come from somewhere. You understand? And when they were creating nations, the first story, generally speaking, of every nation was mythology. So even when we talk about Ori, for example, Ori also is mythical. But then, if you go across Europe, you would find all the royalties, if you go back in the chronology of these kings, all the royalties in Europe, they will be connected to gods and so forth that are mythical. Although they will use the term bloodline and all the rest of it. So This is something that we need to appreciate. The mythical stories are there to lay a psychological foundation for the nation itself, whatever that nation is. You understand? And this is the reason why we keep stressing that it is more about symbolism than anything biological. So I would completely agree with IMHOTEP once its gist is along the line of biology, that the Lion of the tribe of Judah in the Bible has nothing to do with His Majesty. Once he is meaning biologically, then I can completely agree with him. No arguments there. But then the symbolism of things, you cannot remove that. You cannot remove the symbolical value. You understand? I have to, let me just touch briefly, because that one, the point that really little unsettling for me right now. And Koma Jed allude to it just a while ago, when he say, well, whenever IMHOTEP gets to speak, he will highlight a whole slew of negative things, negative report as it relates to His Majesty. And then we are not getting to address each of these points because of just how the course of the reasoning is flowing. For example, when he said that it took 13 years after His Majesty became king in order for slavery to be abolished, and then he attributes that to be maybe some kind of wicked stance on the part of His Majesty, I completely disagreed him with that. Because His Majesty as king cannot just go up and say, well, I am king, so I do whatever I like, irrespective of what the consequence psychologically and otherwise would be on the nation as a collective unit. So even if you have a situation that really untenable, something that you really would not support, it is obvious that His Majesty would not support slavery. He's one of the champions for human rights, particularly when they were founding the United Nations after the destruction of the League. So in a matter of principle, it is clear to me that His Majesty would not be supportive of any kind of slavery down there while he is trying to fight the European countries to remove colonialism, that African countries can be free, even in the founding of the OAU and so forth. So the way I look at that is, IMHOTEP is trying to suggest that in order for him to demonstrate that he's so upright and so positive, maybe a year after he become king or whatever, he should have just abolished slavery. Well, I say, well, that might be convenient to say, but then you have to consider the country, the structure of the country and the culture and so on and so forth. And then you'd have to make these decisions with a lot of wisdom and a lot of care. Because what if he go now and he abolish slavery all like that, and then he totally break down the way how the country itself function based on the fact that for years, for hundreds of years perhaps, that they're operating with these traditions within their borders. You cannot do that. In my opinion, to do that, you're inciting the people who survive by this and all the rest of it to flare up, and you're creating a whole breakdown in your country. So you have to make sure that whenever you're going to make these steps, that you have the people along with you in a way that when you make the change, you do not have a certain backlash coming from that. To me, it takes a certain amount of prudence to answer these things. It's all convenient to just say, hey, that was slavery, and you just get rid of it as a matter of principle. But in everything that you do like that, you got to consider the effect that it would have, not what the king opinion personally is about the matter, but you have to consider what the effect of that would be within the nation sphere. Because Ethiopia was a very difficult country. I don't hear the critiques of His Majesty highlighting these facts. When you have a country with 72 different languages and you're trying to bring them together, when you have a country that edge in anciency, and you're trying to bring them into a modern world, it is serious displacement that can happen. You understand? You have a lot of pressure that was coming on His Majesty, yes, to do things the modern way, to have Ethiopia implement things to suit what was going on in the modern world. And although he was supportive of these things, he had to be wise in terms of how he approached them. He could not just go by the peer pressure that come from outside and just make decisions without any consideration to how it would affect things internally. So I think these things need to be taken on board whenever we are going to critique these decisions and these positions that the emperor have took. And I don't see that coming out because it seems like one's more interested in showing how much Selassie is not anything too special, more so than to be fair.
IMHOTEP, before you go through, I have to say, give thanks for your bill, Ras ICERN. I also find it unfair the fact that the item, I mean, I don't know, I guess Nkuma expressed that he finds my moderation was not fair. And I'm seeing I've been on the same beat from the beginning. I give everyone a time and a space, and sometimes the bedroom want a rebuttal one time, and that's how the vibe has been going. If within the time IMHOTEP is giving his rebuttal, he tends to highlight what the IM will refer to as negative aspects of the man. That is on the bedroom and giving his deliberation. But I do not want it to appear like, you know, because again, the item is Rastafari. So no. Your whole, just now, as I said, your whole premise would be defender of the man. So that is why now, if the bedroom give how many points, it's up to the item to mentally or physically write down the points you want to address. So when your time comes, you know what I mean, you can address the bedroom and address these points. So what I'm saying still, a while ago, Raskwame went and I let the eye go, although I was trying to make it like, you know, for the bedroom to have, because when each of you are speaking, while you're speaking to all of us, you're still speaking to the bedroom, to IMHOTEP. I'd just come in and a little one time and give a little piece of here and there. But everybody there is speaking to the bedroom. So I don't find it really fair that the bedroom have to wait how long till he gets a chance to actually respond when it's just him, not that it looking like a versus kind of thing. Again, we're building. You know what I mean? So I want to address blackmail just now in the chat there. Blackmail, you want to come and say, well, like man, anti-Selassie. If I am choosing, just now, what's there? If I am choosing and trying to show an overstanding in regards to man worship, I mean, there is levels to this, Gaza. If at a point in time a man, you know what I mean, Gaza, okay, about a decade ago or a little more than a decade ago, when I went on my knees, Selassie I was praying to, you know. I used to pray to Selassie and call Selassie name, and Selassie is God for me. And when something don't happen, it's like, oh, Selassie, and that to me, that is man worship, Gaza. So if the brother, and I mean myself through my experience, because that's what I do on my channel, Rising Consciousness, if I'm showing for different stages of awareness, to not to take Selassie on a literal God level like that, biblical level like that. You understand? And just see the man as the Ethiopian king, his good works he did, right? Some of them questionable and some of them I screw on him for, honestly, even though the Rastafari community might try to justify it again. Again, I expect that. But that is me in my bill. So if the bedroom now is showing what he knows, some historical factors, it's not an anti-Selassie thing. Because it's about raising awareness and raising consciousness, which is why we're having this bill.
No. Listen, I don't want. Hold on. Let me say this.
Not you, ICERN. I addressing the brother in the thing there, in the chat there. You check by telling you to make it look like it's an anti-Selassie. Like, where are you going with that? I can just move the eye in the chat there, you know, because to me, it's shake you on there for the time there. Serious. Is a bill, is understanding. Yes, sir, somebody bedroom through the comments, the bedroom might feel offended seeing is a lot of negative quotes and everything. But most of what I say, about 2/3 of the things the bedroom mentioned, I know it. And most Rastas know it, and we do not speak about these things. Now, it's true, is not that the reasoning is about. But the bedrooms now are unsaying what the bedroom is saying. So, and the bedroom have to come and answer. So why you come and try with your... I say move there with that negativity because it's a faulting you on. And I don't know if IMHOTEP want to address what ICERN said before I let Wasero go through. Just now, Wasero, because after Kwame went through, ICERN went through. So I don't know if IMHOTEP has something to say. After Wasero and Kuma, you will go through. Peace. You muted. You muted.
Maybe you muted the mic.
Oh, let me see. Let me see. He come out. He will come. He will come back in still. Yeah, well, you can go ahead, Wasero. I don't know if you wanted to wait for IMHOTEP for you to make your point still.
Well, I'll make it clear, and when he come, I can repeat myself. What I'm saying is that let's analyze some of the things IMHOTEP said. IMHOTEP said that Benito Sylvain, who you see I have as my picture always, Benito Sylvain, who left Haiti, went to Ethiopia and he met Menelik. Menelik also said he was Caucasian. Selassie said the same thing. He's Caucasian.
So let me stop you there. Look at Kuma Jed shaking his head there, so I feel he disagrees with you. So just now, Kuma, after he go through, you will go through. Just write it down or hold it in your head. Just now, Kuma. Just let him go through. I don't want him to lose his trail of thought. Right, King? Peace, man.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that Caucasian was a new term created by the European. And that had to do with aesthetics, shape of the skeleton and all these kind of things. That had nothing to do with actual race of people, you know. The term Negro was also a new term, not associated to land or anything. Okay? So if we say His Majesty was a Negro, but His Majesty gave Leo Hansberry a medal, J. Rogers a medal. All these are researching African history. So what he actually saying, air hole in water. Pan-Africanism. We like to also he used the word and I wanted to use it, you know. Like blow up Pan-Africanism when we don't even know what it takes. We know Shaka Zulu from what? Fighting Europeans? No. He was uniting his people and he had to fight some of the people to unite them. So His Majesty, when we talk about Eritrea was part of Ethiopia, you know. His Majesty himself say most of the bloodlines that in Ethiopia come from Eritrea. But Eritrea was the opening of foreign invasion into Ethiopia. So he was trying to unite the country, but of course we always have alien forces trying to rip us apart. We do not know the hardships His Majesty went through. Not everyone will love you. For instance, look at Cujo. When Cujo in the Caribbean set up the Maroons, what did he do? He made every one of them speak English. Why? To unite them. So everyone could understand, because there were so many different tribes of people. So we are not analyzing history properly. Like I said, abstract thinking can only remain in the world of the fifth dimension until you decide to be a builder and manifest something on creation. And that is what Haile Selassie did.
I have a question. Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Simon.
Oh, but Kuma wanted to go through. I think I'll write my questions now, but I don't want to lose. I want to lose it. Go, Kuma.
Go, Kuma.
Yeah, man, give thanks. Well, I want to address a couple things concerning the Ethiopian race consciousness, self-perception of their own self, because as far as I understand, Ethiopia now became a island into itself. Then it was surrounded by Islam and certain other forces, right? And basically at the turn of the 19th or the 20th century, they now get reacquainted with Western blacks, Occidental blacks. Then. So I have a little small thing here. On thing with it. Yeah. Let me know when you see it now. Yeah, man. Give thanks. So I have a small little couple slides to show regarding that now. Right. So you would see on the left there the ancient, more cultural Ethiopian indigenous congregation, and you see when they formed the OAU, the modern leaders of the newly independent African states, right? A little quote from Selassie, I still. A house built on granite and strong foundations cannot, not even the onslaught of pouring rain, gushing torrents, and a strong wind will be able to pull down. Some people have written the story of my life representing as truth what in fact derives from ignorance, error, or envy, but they cannot shake the truth from its plate even if they attempt to make others believe it. I come from the preface of Haile Selassie autobiography. Yeah? So the Ethiopians first started get experience with the Occidental. Occidental just mean Western as opposed to Oriental, meaning Eastern or whatever. Benito Sylvain, the Pan-Africanist, he had early interactions with the court of Menelik II. Had our next businessman, William Henry Ellis. He was a Pan-Africanist looking to deal with a repatriation scheme to Ethiopia and certain things. And then it also have Dr. Joseph Vitalian. He was a medical doctor from Guadeloupe, a black man, and they affectionately call him Tikwa Hakim, the black doctor. He was also the person that personally tutored Haile Selassie in the French language when he was a boy. Right? So in terms of race consciousness, the Italian war with Ethiopia was a pivoting point in terms of letting the Ethiopian orient itself more towards the African consciousness instead of a national consciousness into a more supranational thing. Yeah. I have here now the claim that Emperor Menelik regarded himself as Caucasian is widely regarded as false. Right? Benito Sylvain, the Paris-based Haitian intellectual, visited the highland nation at least twice in 1897 and 1903. Haiti and Ethiopia, while physically far apart, shared a common history as signifiers of race pride. A generation of anti-slavery abolitionists took courage from Haiti independence from France in 1803, as did a generation of anti-colonial nationalists from Ethiopian victory over Italy at the turn of the century, of course in the Battle of Adwa. While in Ethiopia, Sylvain is said to have proposed the formalization of diplomatic ties between Ethiopia and his birthplace, Haiti, although the real rationale of his mission and how it was financed remains unclear. Robert Skinner, the white American who led the first diplomatic mission to Ethiopia, wrote that Menelik scoffed at Sylvain's overture, dismissing any racial kinship between his countrymen and Occidental blacks. Detractors have cited Skinner's claim as proof of Ethiopian racial arrogance, even as the facts on the ground pointed to the contrary. As already discussed, it was discussed higher in this paper. I just have a little extract here. Johannes and Menelik understood well the colonial worldview of race, in which Africans were pitted against Europeans. As Sylvain himself stated, Menelik, stunned by the sight of an overseas blacks, warmly welcomed him as a man of our race, and later decorated him with the Cross of Solomon, which is a high honors in Ethiopia. At any rate, in 1900, before his second call on Menelik, Sylvain would serve as a self-appointed Ethiopian representative at a Pan-African gathering in London, proof that his interest in Ethiopia had not waned after his first visit. Right? So that these are some excerpts from a paper called From Ottawa to OAU, Ethiopia, the Politics of Pan-Africanism, 1896 to 1963. You could look it up if you want to.
All right. I don't know
I could
if
pause
the
there.
bedroom had dropped out. Yeah, the bedroom had dropped out. He just came back in for the time. I don't know.
And with regards to Brother IMHOTEP, I wasn't saying it's not no kind of like it's a combative thing. I was just saying all six of we here have different perspective on everything. It's not like you're saying is a monolith of thought with the Rastas or the one. All of we is black man here that experience in life and have different overstanding and different perspectives. So that's what I was saying. It's not like if it's like all of we saying one thing and the brother thing like that kind of way. And I was saying that the conversation come like getting a lot of time to speak. As like if it is like that, I didn't know it was like all are we against the brethren or anything like that. That's what I was saying. So give thanks.
Yeah, but okay. Give thanks for leaving this slideshow, and then we in regards to the all against the bedroom, just let me give some clarity on that, because you seem to be missing the point that the four of the item is Rastafari. You check what I'm telling you now. If the bedroom is not Rastafari, right? Yourself wouldn't even consider me as Rastafari with my perspectives. So it is not that, but at times it will kind of seem that to a level, because the Bedouin do not share the same views that the I share in regards to the emperor based on, according to him, historical fact. So while we're having a reasoning and a bill, that's why it will kind of go like a back and forth kind of way, because if all of us, as I said in the last reasoning, if all of us share the same perspective, they don't really have nothing to talk about really. And like you say, if all of us here hold different perspectives, while even all of us have our own individual consciousness, the item is still under an umbrella, while you possibly have your own differences in regards to biblical and metaphysical understanding of the emperor. You know what I mean? But the bedroom has been away. Wasir gave a bill while you were gone, IMHOTEP. So I don't know if you want to address. I don't know if Wasir want to just rephrase, because he said he would rephrase what he said when the bedroom came back, when you came back in IMHOTEP. So just now, because if you come and say something on that again, they're like the bedroom, because the bedroom have a lot written.
No. I still not done that, my brother. I just want to interject very quickly, right? I wanted just to see like how you're saying for we is Rastafari. I just wanted to get some form of self-definition of what you consider yourself, if you consider yourself in any form of grouping or identity, and as well as Brother IMHOTEP,
Well, in regards to myself, like culture say, I like to go back to ancient music. Some say that I'm a Rasta man, but I'm a humble African. Let's just put it that way. I see myself as an African god in the Caribbean, right? And that is just it. To me, the umbrella thing, I give thanks even for stepping stone. But again, my perspective will not be considered Rastafari. Now, when I was reasoning that with ICERN said, well, like, is my own levity and my experiences that can define what Rasta is to me, right? Now, yes, I understand that to a level, but at the same time, there is still that collective consciousness which represents Rastafari in a particular way that I am really going against. And as I mentioned to him as well, a lot of the perspectives, because he and Ras Kwame kind of share the same perspectives, and Ma'at as well, is like with that perspective, not that I'm saying it wrong, that new faculty of reasoning is brilliant, that can even be created into a new branch of Rastafari, another house. So to me, I basically just trying to do away with the umbrellas and just focus on really the mission, which is re-educating, raising awareness, and raising consciousness. I give thanks to the years I tried, even as far as Bobo, had Bobo going through my Sabbath, going through and know all my Psalms and my hymns and all them things there. You know what I mean? And I don't even know the names of some African leaders. I cannot even hold a quote for you, but I more know Bible thing. You should tell you. So I just found it like a stepping stone where I just had to just evolve in my own self, and the umbrella thing. Yeah, it really, you know what I mean. So again, I'll let the brethren say something. I don't know if you want to.
Maybe you should lay Hosea, continue, and then have IMHOTEP.
And then have IMHOTEP after. All right. So IMHOTEP, you come on just now. Let Wasser just give because his bill wasn't too long, you know, so he'll just give a quick bill. Give thanks. Give thanks, I said.
Yeah. I don't know if any of us read from African writers when they speak of their history and their culture. In Africa, Africans create gods. We create gods for coexistence between other tribes. And so it was in Kemet that we had so many different deities, and we chose certain ones that were paramount, like Amun. And it was incorporated into other gods, Amun-Ra.
Not to cut your wisdom, but to me, that is not what really.
No, I have it coming. I will continue.
Okay, true.
Yeah, I'll continue. So, look, Sai Amun just said he's an African god in the Caribbean. So I gather he's using that god with a small g. Quality, but not the same quantity. Imhotep, would you consider Shaka Zulu one of the great Africans?
Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, man. Give thanks. Yeah, man. Sorry about that. First and foremost, right? I just want to clarify something. You see, it's not a me against anyone, because we are all here building and one little vibes. It's all love. We just respectfully agree to disagree on certain things, and certain things we can reason. We can reason in a very civil and amicable way. I respect that so far, because you know, sometimes we can allow our zeal to get the better of us. So I appreciate the reasoning, and we are just, you know, coming from different angles, which is good. It stimulates thinking. And for even the audience who might think that I am an anti-Haile Selassie person, no, I am not against anything, because I am one with everything. My purpose is just to stimulate critical thinking. So back to what you were saying, my brother, about Shaka Zulu. You know, as you said, it's human nature. I respect him. I respect what he did. You know, I respect aspects of his reign. You know, I respect what he did to the British. But when you say in Kemet about the gods, it's more like a mythology where we have the concepts. Because when we say gods, you know, sometimes, you know, it will throw off people. It makes us look as if we looked outside ourselves for divinity. In ancient Kemet, you know, even with the Pa'at Neteru, or the tree of life, right? Those are actually divinities that express themselves. You get what I'm saying? So in ancient Kemet, we never looked outside ourselves for any deity. We looked at their zoomorphic forms as representing the forces of nature. So you see, when it comes on to say, I heard you asking, you know, I heard you guys asking Siamon what his position, or, you know, who does he identify himself with? For me personally, you know, I see myself as a, you know, soul having a human experience. I'm on a journey with many avenues, no destination in mind, because knowledge comes in degrees. 20 years ago, you know, I had my Haile Selassie images. Marcus Garvey was a respecter and deep into the Rastafarian way of life. You get what I'm saying? But also, I was very diverse in my thinking. So I'm not here to attack Rastafari, but I am here to stimulate critical thinking, and to say why, you know, people can look at things from many ways, because at the end of the day, I'm a soul having a human experience. I do not identify myself with anything at all, because I am one with everything. So I'm not into identity. I have transcended that aspect. So, you know, I do not limit myself in terms of, say, I put myself in a certain group or a certain corner. I tend to say, be neutral, be one with everything, and just know, say, I am who I am. So I just want to make that clear that I am against nothing or no one, but I am here to stimulate critical thinking, and it's good when we can, agree to disagree and put our points, and, we can definitely reason. That is good. It is good because, as Siamon says, if we all agree on the same thing, then, the reasoning don't go anywhere. So it's good more time when we can respectfully agree to disagree. But I mean, within us, as an African concept, we saw ourselves as divine beings at all times, because we are an expression of the forces of nature, or what they would call the Neterus. So that's how I see myself. So, I just want to make that clear. That's my position. I'm not in a certain lane or a certain corner in terms of identity.
Go ahead, Rosier. Let me do the hosting until Siaman come forth.
Okay. Well, why I ask about Shaka Zulu is because Shaka Zulu was one of the great Africans who tried to unite his people. And in that trying to unite his people, aware of the coming horde of Europeans, His Majesty was on the same mission in Eritrea. Remember, Ethiopia is a place that Europeans could mostly come by airplane. This was this high region above sea level. Where they found entrance was through Eritrea. With Mussolini. Mussolini wanted his piece of Africa because after the First World War, many of these countries lost their spoils in Africa. Now, His Majesty had to maneuver himself in them time there. We cannot even begin to understand that he had to play chess with the European powers. Regarding his Pan-Africanism, saying that he was Caucasian, so we have to look into why did he honor Leo Hansberry? Leo Hansberry, Arthur Schamberg, all these great guys from Harlem. His Majesty knew about them. His Majesty also funded Diop. His Majesty gave J.A. Rogers a medal. So His Majesty was in tune with African history. But the term Negro, His Majesty never associated with his people, because it was a term that came from the enslavers. It's a new term that's not associated with any land. So we have to go into our African minds to analyze the role His Majesty played in the 20th century. We cannot sit now in our comfort when the world has changed so drastically, and we can type something on the keyboard. We can send a message in a few seconds. We have to not take His Majesty out of his time frame. I agree with certain races trying to crystallize our heroes in the past and not growing with the times. His Majesty also honored Radhakrishnan, who was, I think, the Prime Minister of India. And in Radhakrishna's work, Radhakrishna, who practiced Hinduism, in his works he said that information, scientific discoveries, Hinduism must keep up with the revelation of different discoveries in science. So His Majesty was an intellectual, knowing that religion is a tool to unite a people. We do not serve religion. Religion is supposed to be of service to us. And this is the whole mind frame of a master mason. Using the tools that he knows that exist in the human being. Human beings hardly work on what they know. It's what they feel. And if you know metaphysics, you'll know the universe answers to emotions and not thoughts. So this is the divinity we speak of. Having the power of eloquence, the power of imagery to have an effect on a people, His Majesty is gone a long time ago, you know. They say a man is only what he leaves behind, you know. So the greatness of a man, it will testify in the endurance of time. Because remember, the Ren is a part of the human construct, which is the name. And in the name holds the power. So we can just see the effect of that name in all the Rastafari people who burst out, not in a time of abundance of knowledge, you know, but in abundance of emotion for Mama Africa.
I think Nkuma had something to say. I go let Nkuma go through before you go through IMHOTEP. Kwame, I don't know, you save there? Yeah, you Kwame.
Yeah, me save them. Me really would have liked the brother me for, you know, go on a little bit, but you know, since he didn't really get not, you know, enough time. But as we go around, I'll you know, what I mean, give my
All right,
full take.
true. Yeah, Akuma, you can go through before IMHOTEP go through. And IMHOTEP, I don't know how the time stay on you. If everything's safe, if you can go through still, just let me know, my brother. I know how it's stay ready. All right, Akuma, go through.
All right, give thanks. You hear me good, right? Yeah, well, the reason why I was inquiring about the self-identification of the brothers and them is because it's very important, you know what I mean, in terms of what is your direction in life then, you know? So in terms of I now don't get me wrong, I understand metaphysical interpretations of the Bible, and I understand that various people have created various ciphers of interpreting the Bible into different ways. Even in Rastafari, we have the phenomenon of the 12 tribe and them, and they go thing in Genesis 49 and interpret certain things certain way and colors and whatnot, right? But what I'm trying to say is that we must not kind of escape reality into metaphysical abstractions, right? And don't see in the mirror that you is a black man, African descendant of slavery, XYZ, you know what I mean, in the Caribbean, whatnot. So it come like when we metaphysicalize our whole existence and escape out of the physical reality that we exist in, it come like you don't have no basis for unity with the other people in your same historical experience. Then you understand. So things like what we want to talk about, group economics and all these kind of nationhood and a unified African thing, we could never achieve these things if we don't really gel under certain identity. You understand? If it's an African, whatever it is, you understand? So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, give thanks. I'll go cut it short to let everybody go through.
Yeah, IMHOTEP, go through.
Yeah, all right. I just want to say this. You know, even though we might speak from many angles, right? At the end of the day, it's not about identity. You know, it's not about how we look, but you know, it's who we are, and who we are is the essence of, you know, what we do, right? Now, when I speak about, you know, occult science, I speak about metaphysics, you know, I speak about anagrammatics and stuff like that. It is evident for all to see that, you know, you know who I am, and you know who I associate with. You know, I consider myself to be an African, you know, in the flesh, you know, but I also have a threefold nature where, you know, I have soul and I have spirit as well. But in the material, I consider myself to be African, and that is something that I cannot deny and will never deny. So, you know, I mean, everyone is my brother. And at the end of the day, you know, there comes a time when we even have to look beyond of our identity to say, well, you know, because I am Afrocentric, it means that, yeah, because I'm a Pan-Africanist, I'm all about, you know, Africans. You know, I see myself as, you know, a universal person. So when it comes down to identity, it's important for us to identify ourselves according to our works, because that's the true identity, because we do have our own kind who, are destructive. And that's a fact as well. But from a collective perspective, it's important for us to think collectively and act collectively. Now, when it comes on, back to the line of reasoning, when it comes on to His Imperial Majesty, in terms of his works, in terms of the correlation of, he said, the metaphysics of the Bible, correlating with him, I will disagree with that, because there is no correlation where we can say yes, it points directly to him. In terms of his works, I don't have a problem edifying him for the good works, but I'm a person like this too. I am a revisionist, where I am certain things I'm not going to agree with, and that's how it goes, because I'm not going to agree with Haile Selassie accepting the King Leopold award. I no person should accept that. I will not accept it. Am I bashing him for that? No, I'm not bashing him. I'm just showing you that there are some things that Haile Selassie have done that I would not have done, because it's not moral. No African should accept a King Leopold award, because every right-thinking African knows who King Leopold is and
Hold
what he
on.
did. So
that King Leopold was King Leopold the First.
He accepted 2 King Leopold award. Okay, my brother? He accepted 2 King Leopold award. Two of them. That is something. Two King Leopold award.
The King Leopold award is regarding King Leopold the First, not King Leopold the Second.
What I'm saying, my brother, he accepted the King Leopold award as well. The King Leopold II award. He accepted the King Leopold award. I think it was 1918 there and about the first, and he accepted the one of the second. There are other things that we can talk about. You get what I'm saying? I can talk about him accepting guns and ammunition from the Nazis. There are so much things I can talk about. So we're not trying to justify that. I'm just saying there is historical evidence that Haile Selassie is not a perfect person. That's fine. None of us is perfect. But what I'm saying is that Rastafari need to evolve past the stage where Haile Selassie is looked at as a deity. When I was on the journey, I never saw Haile Selassie as a deity. I respected his work, right? But after doing my research as well, I stepped away, because I realized that, guess what? Every man is a divine being, right? Everyone. I remember the first reasoning last week with ICERN. ICERN had said that no man is omnipotent, and no man is omniscient, and no man is omnipresent. But truth be told, everyone is omnipotent, because to be omnipotent meaning that you have the unlimited potential to do. To be omniscient, it means that you have the unlimited potential to know. To be omnipresent means that you have the unlimited potential to be. So I'm just saying that these are all human qualities that we can identify ourselves with. So I'm just saying that we have to elevate past the narrative of Haile Selassie being a deity and being Christ in his kingly character, the reincarnation, the return Jesus, and things like that. And I'm not saying that every Rasta holds that narrative, but I'm just saying that the fact that we are going to look at an individual to say that that individual is more than us is us limiting ourselves.
All right, I want to say something there. I'll just quiz just now, Ison. I'll give you a moment still. Was there asked a question in regards to when I say I'm an African god in the Caribbean? If he's a big G or small G. Yeah, good one still. But like Marcus Garvey said, man is a unitary particle of the divine consciousness, right? In Marcus Garvey Life and Lessons. So if man is a unitary particle of the divine consciousness, it's still the big G we come from, to just put it in layman terms. It's the big G, even though you want to classify it as a small G. That's why that's why now is all that I apply to my understanding and experience as well. If I cannot, and like you said, same in quality, but not the same quantity. That's why they have so many people. So all of these people are unitary particles of that same divine consciousness. That's why they say the voice of the people is the voice of God. The voice of the people as a collective, the people coming together, right? So ultimately, if I am that unitary particle, that is the same vision I have of the emperor, same way. You know what I mean? That's why I feel it a kind of way to go on my knees again and worship him. You know, that doesn't mean like, you know, like I drop respect or I would disrespect him, but I know of certain things, and like the brother say, some things I'll not agree with, right? And Kumajed said in regards to speaking about group economics and them way and going deep into, you know, group activities like that. While I am part of a small group, you know, it's true we fresh and we have just started and them way there, you know. My contribution to the whole revolution like that, because to me we are a broken people, as was Sir once said to me. We are a broken people and we have a lot of healing to do, because remember, though they say, I mean, the Slave Trade Act of 1807 said that you cannot transport slaves, but slavery was still going on. And in 1834 in some countries, and even some countries decades later, they really abolished slavery. And even when they abolish it, still indentured servitude. So to me, like, part of the work is healing ourselves. As you yourself can see, we have a racial identity problem, especially in the US, because you will get all kind of USPK, some kind of Black Israelite this and that one there and that one. It's like we just need to identify with something. So in my view, as a knowing history and what happened, to me that is the most simplest explanation you can give if we just want to relegate it to the physical reality. Because like you say, I really want to stay in the metaphysical too much because we have to put the balance. So to me, within the physical realm, if Africans were really to do away with that even division through religion, again, through that same book, again, some trying to make it literal, to me, we would have probably been able to focus on different matters. Now, the way I give my strength is in regards to raising that awareness and that consciousness, not just on here, but before. What actually inspired me to start the channel was I was giving lectures in Viewfort in St. Lucia, actually taking my money and paying the school for me to give lectures. And then people were telling me, you know, they want to present and, you know, so why don't I start a YouTube channel? So that is what it is really. So it's not like I just come there and I just trying to, and I just on a solo thing and I by myself. No, actually pushing the work on a different level like that, because there are so many ways we can address the situation. And it's not just group economics one time there, because there are certain of us that still have to learn certain principles in regards to respect. You know what I mean? Because a lot of us were not brought up in proper homes, Gaza. So certain people, you can't even really put them in positions until they go through some kind of healing. So we need to come and really touch that middle way, which taking us back to the same chakra system, the middle way being the heart, being that number 4 still, 4th level of consciousness, because the heart is the middle way between the animalistic side and the higher self. So yeah, it's true, we're not going to think with it, but sometimes all that we need to address to even heal ourselves so we could move on, you know? So I just wanted to say that for Wasero and Kuma, and I don't know if Kwame wanted to come in or ICERN or, you know, but I love in the bill, Missy.
Okay, respect. Let me reason here, because there's a certain suggestion, right, that I don't know. We're going to address the man there, Jawish, right? About this thing about having different groups and different groups and different groups. To me, there's no problem with group in the same way that we are different individuals, but we find common grounds. We find a common principle, and we unite under that principle. Is the same thing apply here? So I don't have any problem with being identified as a Rasta, not a Muslim, or not a anything like that. And yet at the same time, why I man say I a Rasta, I man know that there's a common ground for me and Muslim and Hindu and all these people to compound, and that's the basis of the divine. So you see that where I come from as a Rasta, I just decide to really maybe put in a little of my position as a Rasta in terms of how I deal with it. Because I realize that when one speak about Rasta now, at this time, like IMHOTEP make a number of statements about Rasta and the idea of worshiping a man and all the rest of it. And I know them reasoning, they go towards the fact that generally speaking, that's the way how Rastas view and relate to His Majesty. You understand? Generally speaking, it is so. So each time that he speak, he's speaking to that Rasta. Now, I man as a Rasta differently now. I man no see His Majesty as literally God. And that is not something that I come up with as a kind of thought that I create somewhere. It revealed in the process of growth. You understand? So I grow to the point of realizing that there is a correct way in terms of how we have to regard the symbol. We do not have to get, in my opinion, we do not have to dismiss of the symbol. You cannot dismiss of the symbol. Even IMHOTEP is not a Rasta, is not a Muslim, is not a Hebrew Israelite, and so forth. I'm assuming that in addition to the fact that he's a Mason, that he subscribed to the Kemetic order. Well, in the Kemetic order, they naturally have symbols and rituals and all the same stuff that I would have as a Rasta. They symbol are different entities. Maybe it's not somebody who actually live and all such thing, but they do deal with symbols. And irrespective of what level of awareness they would have arrived at in terms of maturity or realization of self, this symbol, they still deal with them. They still associate with them in their ritual practices. So for me as Rasta, although I man reach to that point of realization, I still maintain the symbol, but I relate to the symbol with a renewed understanding, one that allows me to assume my divine and not seeking to be divine by association with the person of His Majesty. Because I do not need to be associated with the person of His Majesty in order to be divine. That is very clear to me at this stage in growth coming through. And to me, the whole process of growth in Rasta supposed to bring you to this destination. If it is not bringing you to this destination, then there is something within your teaching that needs to be upgraded. If the road doesn't naturally bring you to the point that you are divine as a person, and that you are not divine because you're associated with Haile Selassie and all the rest of it, then something to me is incomplete there. To me, that's the logical conclusion that you have to reach, because it is the affirmative. We are all divine, and in a certain way, we are all on the same level. And by we, I mean with His Majesty as another person who has a divine counterpart just like us. So we are the same in that sense, on that level. But then we have to separate from that, because although, I mean, I work at a workplace, and we are all human beings, all we are divine, and we are human, and we are family, and we have everything. Yes, there's a mutual ground. All we sit down in the dust on that level. But I am not the CEO. I am not the CFO. I'm not all of these levels. So you see, although we're human beings and all of us are divine, and there's just that certain equality, the role and function that we are carrying out in the social arena is different. You understand? And so our regard, at least in my context, my regard as His Majesty, in the esteem level that I see His Majesty in, is more about that, rather than making Him out to be some kind of God. And I am kind of pondering to Him and going on my knee and beseeching His name that I can get some holiness. No. That's not the story. That's not the story. The real story is, for me, is that His Majesty now come to represent, symbolize the divine that exists in me. He symbolizes it. He is not it as the person. He is the symbol of that within the vernacular of Rastafari. And that's the level of growth. That's the realization that I grow into at this point. You understand? Prayer, according to metaphysics, is accumulative. It helps to generate spiritual energy. I'm telling you the truth. Since I'm coming to these realization, going and kneeling down and pray or something of that sort is something that I man don't do at all. I say, listen, I live prayerfully. I live from that place within that hold the divine thoughts, and I express myself based on those values. So I don't necessarily go on my knee and go so on. Ever so often, I go to the Nyabingi house and I take part in the ceremony. And yes, the symbol is involved, and we sing song and we call Selassie I name and everything because we're dealing with symbolism. Well, for me, it's symbolism. So when I go there and I sing a song and I call Selassie I name, I know exactly what I'm dealing with in gesturing in that way. I know I'm making a symbolic gesture. I know there don't have to be a Selassie in existence even for me to be divine, because my divinity come with me at birth. Straight. You understand? So that's the position from which I come from. When I talk about the connection of revelation in connection with His Majesty, is as I was explaining earlier, when I said there's a personal consciousness within your mind. Within that mind, within that personal consciousness, there's certain thought forces that are in your conscious mind that symbolize certain qualities, certain spiritual qualities. It's here in my consciousness. I'm also seeing it, that same template, so to speak, play out in a social environment, in a national level, in an international level, and so on and so forth. The same principle is at work there. And I see His Majesty within the unfoldment of human history to at that particular juncture in time to symbolize that thought force in consciousness, in the same way that in a metaphysical Bible dictionary they use the term Judah to refer to said thought force. It's just simply that. And I don't see how anybody can dispute or dismiss that. If I want to remove the term Judah, disregard the Bible and what the Bible says, I'm sure that I can go in Kemetic teaching and find a particular term that they use within Kemetic teaching that refer to that same thought force that Judah represent in the Bible. And if I'm to use that same term, it's still the same thing. It's still equivalent to the same thing as me using a Judah from the Bible. So I'm not getting caught up on the terminology and the surface, the superficial of it. I understand that this thing represents something inside of me. And that's the way I strictly relate to the thing. Because everybody have it. Whether you call it by a name or not, you have it. It is what you call archetypical to the psyche of the human being.
All right, give thanks.
I'll leave it there.
Give thanks. I don't know if IMHOTEP wanted to, or I think Kwame was waiting since the time. I think he had something to show. IMHOTEP, you want to go, or you want Kwame to?
If someone was before me, let them go and I'll speak after. It's no problem.
Okay. Kwame, you...
Yes. I listen. I think ICERN really did justice to what I was about to speak to. In terms of the way how we perceive His Majesty. The last thing that IMHOTEP said that I can record, that I recorded, was that ICERN alluded to it, that the whole aspect of revelation. We need to really get this home and drive this home. You see, the whole aspect of the Revelation 5. You see, we need to understand, at least when, when we're speaking to I and I here, is that we are looking at symbolism and not by biology. You see, and so to say that from here now, to say that to I and I here, that that doesn't conform, it has no connection to His Imperial Majesty, I think you need to qualify that from this point onward. But in terms of what I had to say, I think Ras ICERN addressed in full. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay. You say Kwame,
Yeah. I don't know if Hero wants to.
All right.
what
Before
was the-
IMHOTEP go, let me just give a little piece. IMHOTEP go, then Wasir will go, then we'll come back to ICERN. Or I don't know if Ankuma had some input, right? Yeah, what I wanted to say is because you touched upon the Revelation chapter 5, Kwame. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That, to be honest, that is one of the contentions I had with Nigel when they had the debate on Kuma Jed's channel, right? When I grew up in Rastafari, that would be one of the principal scriptures that I would use to justify Selassie, right? But again, doing studies and coming to the realization the Bible is, the anachronisms, it has astrotheology, it has the metaphysics in there, just a whole load of things. Because someone can take that Bible and read and interpret so much different thing in there. So on that level, they call it like it was written in an ambiguous manner, right? What the contention I had, or the level I elevated to, I can say, is because the brethren would say we have to read the verse from the start, from verse 1, and then he would go back to the 7, centers and a book written inside. I wouldn't even go all there. To me, I would just go simple as one of the elders said unto me, because that's the verse. Because like I tell you, I tried the order for a whole decade plus, so I know the verse. And one of the elders said unto me, weep not, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah have prevailed to open the book and lose the 7 seals thereof. First of all, it said, no man in heaven or in earth. So then when I go back and read, I'm like, but wait, like no man in earth, but then to me, the Lion of Judah title I know of the king is in earth. So what no man in heaven, in earth, or under the earth, it even say, right? Then I'm like, one of the elders said unto me, one of 24. And as well as the 24 elders, they also had 4 beasts around the throne. So then when the Benjamin was giving his deliberation, he said, well, one of the elders said unto me, weep not, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah. So he said the Lion of the tribe of Judah is Selassie, right? So I'm telling him, who are the 24 elders? And also, who are the 4 beasts that were around the throne, that were in the throne? So he went on to explain that the 24 elders and the 4 beasts, he explained it in a metaphysical level. The 4 beasts is the 4 powers in the earth, and the 24 elders, he put something, right, that didn't bring it in a literal aspect. So my contention really is, if that middle part of the verse is literal, what happened to the rest? You check it. So that's why I say now they're like critical analysis, because it making you think like, yo, after they already have thing before that, meaning not in the earth, nor in heaven, nor in the earth, then if we still go to verse 1, it's still saying a book written within, you know what I mean? So again, it's all them thing there,
My brethren, I start off saying that before I used to see it so on and use the Lion of that same specific revelation to defend, in reasoning and so on and so forth. I did the same thing. I am still doing it, but as ICERN said earlier on, is that anyone who, in his opinion, has not reached to a certain place, think, may just very well think to upgrade some part of their, whatever is hindering them from seeing it. Because now we have moved on from that to seeing it, to seeing the symbolism behind of it. I guess you want to say that, we're seeing Haile Selassie as a symbol. So his actual physical structure don't mean nothing, but you can't separate it. And then we're here saying, well, I'm here saying, looking from an international perspective, I'm here saying that the actual work of, if you want to call it a Christ, I know our hero will call it a creature, but if you want to call it a Christ or a Messiah, you know what I mean? The actual work has happened in reality. You know, it has happened in reality. You know, from within our perspective, it had already happened. So, I see what you're looking for, my brethren. Going back.
All right. Okay. Well, I go back and forth. I go let the Bedouin give his piece there, and then
Yes, sir.
Wasser will come through. Yeah.
Yeah. I know ICERN had said that you know, I might not be identified with you know, certain groups or whatever, but you know, he thinks I'm a Mason. Every person is a Mason because everyone, you know, applies the science of the moon and the sun, you know, or the mother and son. So I just want to make that clear because everyone is a builder. We're all builders in whatever way, shape, or form. Now, when we're going to talk about Revelations chapter 5, verse 5, or just the book of Revelations, you know, once we go to the etymological meaning, you know, let's talk about Judah. All right, there was no J in the Hebrew alphabet. So let's say Yehuda, because that was the name, right? What does the name mean? The name means praise Jehovah or praise Jah, right? What's the etymology of Jehovah or Jah? Yahweh, right? And Yahweh represents the tetragrammaton. In the occult Kabbalistic science of Judaism, Yahweh represents the tetragrammaton. When you break down the tetragrammaton, it represents the 4 elemental forces, right? So when we're going to talk about Judah or Yehuda, and I said that Judah represents the light, and we can look at him being the 4th son. It's no coincidence. Joseph was the 11th son, you know, and he died at the age of 110. So I'm just showing you, you know, ancient gematria or the science of numbers that's incorporated into this. Judah represents the elemental forces as well, because it goes all the way back to the tetragrammaton, because it said praise Jehovah Yahweh. When Moses, allegorically speaking, went to the mountain, because a mountain means a higher place in consciousness, what did he meet when he saw Yahweh? The fire. And as I said before, the fire is the 4th stage of consciousness. So Yehuda, right, the lion of Yehuda, simply represents the 4 elemental forces. Now, if we're going to try to tie it into HAILE Selassie, whether from a metaphysical perspective or allegorical perspective, it does not point in that direction. We're not taking away the work of HAILE Selassie, but
how so? Also, how it doesn't point? How it doesn't point when when you can apply symbols to everything?
But what I'm saying is this: before 1270, there was no correlation with the Lion of Judah thing. It is Yakuna Amlak that brought in the Solomonic dynasty. You get what I'm saying? So
hey, we're talking about symbolism.
Yes,
symbolism need not be.
But I'm saying, right, the Lion of Judah, that is where we're trying to validate and tie in HAILE Selassie in, when I'm showing you that Judah,
that is
Yehuda,
one way. That is one way.
But I'm just showing you that many other leaders, Jomo Kenyatta, Kwame Nkrumah, so many more, we can also tie in the Lion of Judah to them as well based on their works. That's what I'm saying as well.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
And all I'm saying is this, my brother. Judah, the book of Revelations is speaking about us. That's my position, and I can validate that when I say the tetragrammaton represents the 4 elemental forces.
Who is us? People, humanity?
Yes, of
so
course.
HAILE Selassie was a part of humanity? Is a part of humanity?
Yes,
so
he is.
It's not speaking about HAILE Selassie, it's speaking about us.
I'm just saying, but we are speaking in a context of us defining or looking at that individual as being, say, a prophecy. or a divine being from the line of David and of Jesus and things like that. That's what I'm saying.
My brethren, I think you're misunderstanding what the process is going on here. I think you have a misunderstanding on the process, my brethren.
All I'm saying is Judah simply represents praise Jah, which goes to Yahweh, which goes to the four elemental forces in us.
Selassie
I guess no Selassie the first. There's no I in it because it's not Selassie I. Selassie the first. Right?
Selassie I. What do you mean Selassie?
Selassie the first, man. It's I Selassie the first. No I.
But I am Selassie I.
I'm saying Selassie the first. The same way how they had the 1, 2, 3 in the Roman.
I am Selassie I.
That's how we misinterpret things. That's fine. No problem. That's fine.
Misinterpret?
Yes, of course. Because
let him still up because I want Wassil to go after, and then after I let
we can't beat around the bush, brother. It's Haile Selassie the first. That's his name. You want to call him I? That's fine. No problem. That's okay.
Let me say this quickly. I'll cut you, but doesn't give some props differently. You understand? Listen. Really. I agree with what the man I say in a general term now, but when we realize each time you talk about the deity thing, okay, how do you interpret, right? Like my position as mother's reason to the man.
Yes.
Now, me see His Majesty symbolically so. But each time that you make your reference to that said scripture, you seem to be thinking about His Majesty in a very mortal, literal sense. So how would you speak to the approach that I have, whereby it is not the mortal I'm talking about, but I'm saying that this mortal is symbolic of something else. In other words, it is not the mortal that is the thing.
3.5 hours?
He is symbolizing something else. So in other words, to attack the mortal, so to speak, somebody send me to represent you, and them deny me. That means you cannot be represented as the source. So His Majesty is the symbol of our idea of divine. You see it? So me like we hear you speak to that, because whenever you talk about the revelation, you speak to it as though, well, there's a suggestion that we're making the person, the human flesh day, literal. So we seek to make that into a deity. So I'm interested to hear how we separate from the traditional view. I would like to hear how we speak to it based on how I am reasoning it. Yeah, that would be interesting.
You muted.
Yes.
Are
you hearing me now, ICERN?
Yeah, did you hear me? Did you hear me?
I didn't hear the last part of your reasoning. So please, if you can repeat.
Okay, let me make it short. What I'm saying, right? The way you answer the question, it is clear to me that you're speaking about Rasta traditional position. And I'm saying tradition because there's a new day. No, you understand? Right now, I-Man, Kyle the mantra that I and I have to hail the king with a renewed understanding, not the traditional stuff. Now, as I say, when the man reason like a while and talk about associating deity with Haile Selassie, I man realize when referring to His Majesty, you're talking about the application of it very literally. Right? Your language suggests that you're talking about this literal short guy, little over 4 feet, something like that. I'm not saying that you use those terms, but what I'm asking now, how would you speak to the position that I have? Whereas when I say Selassie I am not literal, I'm not referring to his person. I'm gesturing in that way, suggesting that he symbolizes the divine. How would you speak to that? That's, you can call it personal to me.
Yeah, I mean, that is applicable to all of us. The same way I can say ICERN, and it speaks about the divinity in you. What I just want to say is this, right? Mm-hmm. And, we can talk about Revelation chapter 5 all day. But yes, at the end of the day, right, our positions might differ, right? But within all of us is that divinity, right?
True.
Now, all the characteristics exposed by Haile Selassie, has been exposed by other individuals. We can say that as well. And there are individuals throughout history, there are Africans throughout history who have done a lot under adverse circumstances. I can call a plethora of names, but I don't have to call everybody's name. When I am talking about Selassie, right? Hail Selassie. I am not talking from a perspective where, oh, you guys are saying that. I'm speaking from the concept, because remember, if we're going to tie in Revelation chapter 5, verse 5, all the characteristics he should epitomize. That is what validates the argument, and that is what validates the reasoning. You get what I'm saying? Even from a metaphysical perspective, there has to be a correlation to say validate his imperial majesty. Now, the line of the reasoning is that Revelation chapter 5, verse 5 has no connection to Haile Selassie in terms of the correlation, meaning that he is the epitome, or he is the reflection of the Lion of Judah. You get what I'm saying? Because as I said before on numerous occasions, right, a reflection is based on what you epitomize, based on your actions. And if, hold on, I'm not hearing, oh, you might be wicked. I'm saying, right, if Revelation chapter 5, verse 5, and I'm going to say it again, because revelation means to open. We have to look at the words and meanings, right? To open the seven seals. That's what it's all about. And as Siaman spoke about the 4 beasts and the 24 elders, but chapter 5 is, cherry picked and try to be associated with Haile Selassie. I'm just saying that from a metaphysical perspective, it's applicable to us in our actions. It's applicable to every human being. I'm not disputing that. You get what I'm saying? Because it's speaking about the 4 elemental forces. But when it's going to be sensationalized, because let's put things into context. Revelation chapter 5, verse 5 is more putting into context the divinity of Haile Selassie as prophesied and him being a deity. So that is not something that we can say, okay, we have evolved and, life is a journey and we're all evolved. But the narrative from its inception has always been to validate the divinity of Haile Selassie. So that is where I beg to differ in that context.
I agree with what you just said. From the inception, it really was that. It really was that. Oh, let me tell you how I look at it as, sorry, let
Wasser, because Wasser, both Wasser and Kuma, they're waiting for a while, ICERN, so I wanted to give them a chance still.
Okay.
Yeah, true, man. Wasser, you can go through?
Yeah, I was basically going back to the foundation of Rastafari. That Rastafari started not from a religious persuasion or anything like that. It was a socio-economic resulting from Ma'afa, that black people were downtrodden the world over, and for the first time in a long time we saw an African king. At that time, Christianity wasn't in that yet. Apart from the Bible, what else is Christian about Rastafari? Our marijuana, our drums, our spiritual possession dancing in the bingi, our lighting wood fire. All this is Afrocentric, because all this came from the Pokomania going back to the Kumina. It is only afterwards, because of the influence of the Bible, we started to look to the Bible to explain Haile Selassie. But behold, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. So then we said, but wait, look, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. Then we listened to his words. The man said no wrong. All his words were solid, diorite. All this was what fueled Rastafari. Right now, because we were a movement and we cannot remain in inertia, we were growing. Just like I said before, that's why I mentioned Radhakrishnan, that it's something that grows and evolves. So as the doors of our history are being opened through the internet and a lot of scholars being revealed to us, we're learning so much of our African history. So we're gravitated now to reinterpret how we viewed this God man, this God king. And I'll say God with the small g, because God with the big G is something really beyond our overstanding. And I also want to say in Kemet, we worshipped a divinity. Because as within, as you said, as without, these powers and these forces which we must balance within ourselves, they rage wild and terrible in creation. And it's these forces that make us up. Water, our emotions; fire, our spirit; air, our mental; earth, our physical. All these elements that we are made up of. But we were aware that there was a divinity, a spark, a supreme consciousness that we gave reverence to, that we worshipped. Because the animals taught us so much. Because we knew that we came from way back when. That's why His Majesty said man did not emanate from deity, because deity is something of a mental construct. That's why I said we created gods in Africa. The high priests of the different villages came together and they created a god to serve the people, to instill a certain limit of fear in them. It was all about control, a peaceful coexistence. So when we talk about God, most of us think of the Eurocentric idea and not the Afrocentric, the original concept, what we use, the neter or the divine, which comes in all shapes and all sizes and in everything. It exists in everything. So what if we want to chop down His Imperial Majesty to see, as you said, just an ordinary man? Then we have to analyze what's ordinary. A drunkard, or a man ruling over people that already are so divided by languages, by cultures, by ideas. Because in His Majesty's time, they had people in Ethiopia, when they saw airplanes, they thought was birds, big giant birds. So we have to analyze the power of the Trinity, because that's what Haile Selassie means, the power of the Trinity. And what's the power of the Trinity? We all can manifest the power of the Trinity. So when we look to His Majesty, who was crowned King of Kings and Lord of Lords, it was not that we saw King of Kings, Lords and Lords in the Bible. No, it was because this king rose out of Africa when we knew the whole of Africa was colonized, and we didn't have one king represented on the entire planet, And then now we read his words, because in his words that's the power, not in the physical manifestation of the man. Go and read his works, read his words. It is indeed called the weighing of the words. So I want to ask Imhotep, has he read the selected speeches of His Majesty? Has he read the speeches of Haile Selassie? And has he found any error in any speeches of Haile Selassie? Any of them?
Honestly, that was a question that I wanted to steer as well. In terms of how do you basically analyze a character? Because anybody can write stuff, argue their own twist on an event, and can make people look worse than they really are and all the rest of it. We know the story. But sometimes if you really want to know, man, because sometimes one innocent man can get for be one bad record, you understand? If you really want to know, man, one the way to do it is 3 words. A consistent position in terms of the ideas and so on and how he expresses himself. And yeah, that's a good question. Imhotep, you can address it differently.
Yeah, yes, I've read his autobiography, I've read his speeches, right? And I don't like cherry pick like that, right? And I'm not gonna say that, he said anything which was incorrect. But even the speech at the League of Nations, where he said, until the philosophy which holds one race inferior than another. You get what I'm saying? And we have seen Bob Marley sing about it. There's this Ethiopian brother named Teddy Afro. He sings a lot about Haile Selassie as well. When he said, until the philosophy which hold one race inferior than another, when he said that, that was a very powerful statement. You get what I'm saying? Now, what I am saying as it relates to His Imperial Majesty is this. There were also actions that went contrary to the things that he said. I mean, we can respectfully agree to disagree on that. You get what I'm saying? There are certain actions that went contrary to the things he said.
Not to cut you short, Not to cut you short, but I got that analogy from someone. A guy is driving a car, and you see this woman crossing the road, and you see this guy just right off this woman. Now, from your angle, you didn't see there was a little child. So he was escaping the little child, and he hit the woman. But from your angle, you see he hit the woman. So there are angles that we don't see. There are pressures we don't feel. There are things that would happen in the future we don't see from our perspective because it's myopic. Because our position in life is myopic. Our circles are this wide. His Majesty had a big circle. And for a little man to maintain that in a place that a message would take months to reach within the same country. So all these challenges, and yet still, it's hard for him to be forgotten. All these challenges and all the naysayers, they said he stole a lot of billions of dollars and higher and hid it in a bank. And when he died, they said that was a lie. So if he did such unscrupulous things, what was there to gain for him? If you can give me a motive, I'll say okay. But there was no money. I mean, Mobutu stole millions. You could see he stole millions. I had this book. One of my first books I read was Haile Selassie's War with Anthony Muckler. I think it was Anthony Muckler who wrote it. And it described the war day to day, what was going on. Bloody Saturday, everything. It described what happened at Walwal, how the war was instigated at Walwal in the Wells. Because Italy wanted its piece of Africa. Because look at what happened in the Congo and all these other places in Africa with the Europeans in charge, and still they're telling him he have to stop what they had servitude they call slavery. And these people were enslaving the entire world. They stole 5 continents in 500 years. His Majesty knew what he was up against, you know. We want to interpret His Majesty like he was all powerful. But His Majesty, indeed, he knew his limitations. And that's why I said he played the game of chess, being with the Europeans, but secretly funding revolutionaries in Africa to topple the European stranglehold on the continent. And we just cannot analyze this strategy. That's why he was called the world's greatest statesman. You know? How he survived World War II, all these wars, still because everyone was being assassinated, you know. So how does a man pull off his works and still live to talk about it? So there are, if you look into the life of His Majesty, there are great things to learn. If you look at his speeches, these speeches that can only come from a master Mason, someone who has studied life intricately.
All right, I will let IMHOTEP go through, and after that, I think Nkuma Jen have something you want to say or show. Just letting the family know it's another 10 minutes and it will be 4 hours. You know, so I feel I'll probably seal it up only 4 hours there still, you know, considering it's Monday, a daily week still. And it's going to be 11 o'clock on my end. I don't know the item time. You know what I mean? And I think pretty much at this point, the reason has really been, you know, like, because the Belgian has proven his stance, and then the item now showing, you know, or perhaps, yeah, highlighting points to show that why, you know, the divinity, you know, in different ways, seeing the divinity of the emperor like that. So I will let IMHOTEP go through and Kuma, and hopefully that will take us roughly to about, I guess, 5 minutes to the 4 hour mark. A little bill and seal it up. I hope the family is cool with that. Peace.
What happened to wish you like a baby for feed?
Well, as a matter of fact, I do. My empress just brought forth a prince for me there recently. He's
yeah.
about a month old. Yeah, he's about a month old, you know. So yeah. So whatever. IMHOTEP go through, and afterwards I'll come and free up and Kuma Jed and his presentation.
Yes. All right, my brother was here. Okay, so the longevity of, you know, Haile Selassie's reign. Yeah, some critics can say that, you know, if it wasn't for the British, definitely, you know, he would be in trouble. He would be in trouble. And we knew for a fact that you know, he was supported by the British even after the liberation of Ethiopia. You know, he signed a pact with the British, which is like, you know, the British will have some forces in Ethiopia as well. You know, so critics will say that, you know, he had the backing of the Western powers, because, you know, Britain had a lot of influence. Hold on, let me finish.
While pulling the food away from their mouth.
Huh?
While pulling the food away from their mouths.
All right. So so the British had a lot of influence over that. The Americans were involved as well, because this is historical fact that there was an agreement as well that after World War II was ended, after the Italians were defeated, the Americans would be allowed. Franklin D. Roosevelt and Haile Selassie had a discussion, and the plan was that America would build a naval base in Eritrea, right? That was an agreement that was made as well. What the Americans did after the defeat of the Italians, they took over. It was like a radio monitoring post in Eritrea. The Americans took that over. So Haile Selassie was being you know, sustained by Western powers, aka the US and Britain. So critics can say that the longevity of his reign was him being, you know, protected by those two powers because it was in their best interest. You know, not taking away from him his good work and what he has done, but critics will say that as a rebuttal. My question, though, I just want to ask the question because I hear, you know, this is a normal repetition of all Rastas about the power of the Trinity. And my question is now, and you know, anyone can answer this and tell me, and then, you know, if I have to interject, I'll interject. But what is the power of the Trinity, or what does the Trinity mean? That's what I would like to know.
Well, you did say it before. The 3 dimensions of a human being. And also, it also corresponds to Oset, Wasar, and Heru. Also corresponding with the widow's son. Also responding to Mary and son, where the word, because Masonry, the word son is within the middle of Masonry. Mary and son, the widow's child, the invisible spirit, the manifested flesh of the woman, and they give birth to this son child that has the qualities of the heavens and the elements of the earth. So this is what I interpret as the power of the Trinity. The power of the Trinity means the force of these 3 in unison, fully mastered. The physical, the mental, the spiritual. So that's what I view as the power of the Trinity.
Okay, noted. You know, I'm not gonna challenge that. I just wanted to get some clarification on it, so at least, you know, I know where, you know, the ones and ones are at in terms of, you know, their conceptualization. I just want to say this real quick. Enough respect to each and every one. Greatly appreciate the reasoning. You know, we need to do it more often, and we can agree to disagree on some things, but, you know, it was a good reasoning. You know, if there's any question anyone would like to ask me before we wrap up, you know, please feel free to do so. But I just want to say it's all about love. It's all about respect. You know, we are one family, and it's good when we can, you know, apply critical thinking and have a discussion about certain topics that to some people it might be an inconvenient truth, and to some, you know, it's for them to stand up and, you know, fight and defend it. So that's just what the reason was about. You know, it's all love at the end of the day. I just want to say that from my end. So peace, love, and light to each and everyone, you know?
Yeah. Yes, brother. Sorry. Yeah, IMHOTEP. Listen. Want to ask you a question, right? Do you believe that life unfold? I mean, particularly when you look at how things manifest, that they were meant to manifest that way? I mean, I understand in the process of things, we have decision to make, and we do go by making decisions to if you know what I mean, in order to shape the way how things turn out. You want your life to be successful or whatever, and you go through certain jail to make life go in that direction. Okay? I guess what the question really is do you believe in fate, in the sense that, all right, you can go and do everything there is according to the rule book, or wherever, if they have such thing, for being successful. But for whatever reason, difficult for you to see, because you make all the right move, success just don't come. You believe in faith in those sense?
All right. There are 7 hermetic principles, or 7 universal laws. Okay. The law of causality is what governs the material. Okay. The law of mentalism is also applicable to the material. You know, we are what we think becomes. So you see, from a mental perspective, you know, one can practice telekinesis in the sense that they can influence physical outcome by projecting the mental energy towards it. In other words, that's my motto: mind over matter. So that's the position I come from. I live my life based on the 7 universal laws. The law of gender, the law of causality, the law of polarity, the law of mentalism, etc., etc. Because the universe is governed by the 7 hermetic principles. All human activities is within that sphere of the 7 hermetic principles. So that's how I live my life. Mind over matter, mind in matter. And whatever I want to manifest, yeah, man, think it and it will manifest, because thoughts are things.
Okay.
All right, you muted, ICERN. You muted. Yeah, just still up.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, me said this may be a deeper answer than me expect, because it was supposed to be a leading question. Okay, let me tell you something that I see then. Let me approach it this way. What I observe about life, right? Irrespective of the fact that we all have free will, and we can do all the stuff that you mentioned according to the rules of the Hermetic Principle, which I'm familiar with as well too. I listen much of those. Although you have those elements, it is my belief, you understand, that whatever we manifest is almost like preset, archetypal, in terms of archetype. It's just like in life, there must be a hero and there must be a villain. You know, I mean, you come into life and you make one choice and say, me want to be a good man. Yeah, that is fair and that is good. But you always have to fall into one of these positions, because these are the natural choices in terms of position that people can assume. You understand? So sometimes, to me, the way life unfolds are the way meant to unfold. Can you relate to that kind of vibe thing? I mean, you can finish now too.
Yeah, let me just expound on the concept of free will. There is no such thing as free will, because all things, since we are in a mental universe, everything is influenced by our thoughts. The thoughts are manifested by our actions. So since it's the thoughts that influence the actions, then free will means that not being connected to, or not being influenced by, or not being in control of. So free will is kind of a misnomer, but there is, like people would say no such thing as free will, because all actions are influenced. Now, when you talk about the good and the bad, again, that goes into the sphere of the law of polarity. You get what I'm saying? That's why I said the 7 hermetic principles encompasses our daily life in everything we do. So
okay, well, if you go further, okay, I mean, it's easy to have the law of polarity because you talk about 2.
Yeah,
but if you talk about well, if you look at the situation that have much more than these, than the binary.
But you see, my brother, you see, because thoughts are things, right? We create. That's why we are all Masons and we are all builders, because we can create and we can destroy. Based on our thoughts. You get what
okay, I'm saying? Let me just part this, because I believe you get a kind of length here with me. What I would say, right?
Just now, give me a second. I feel we go have closing comments right now, closing reacts, because the timer kind of way there. Yeah, we didn't go 3 minutes over, so I'll let ICERN have his closing remarks. Wasser, Kwame, and Kuma, IMHOTEP, and Set It Up family. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, let me just say, let me just be the one that lead out and say,
sure.
As it regards to His Majesty, I mean, one of the questions I would have asked earlier, and you don't have to go into an answer actually, just reasoning here, is the source of the information that you get, the reliability of the source of the information that you get, because there will always be good things said and there's always be bad things said. The question could be to whoever receiving is which one is truthful and which one is maybe slur with some bias or something like that. You understand? As far as the way I look at things, the king as a mortal now gonna be faultless. You understand? And sometimes it's like you have to get your suit dirty in order for help a situation or someone at times. I might use an analogy there because at one point in my chatting quickly, I might have a daughter that I deal with, but then I might focus is on my heights and my loftiness. And she was at a position that almost like I will have to be reaching down. And I might choose the position not to get my suit dirty. And that led to me losing the person. When I get stronger and I look back on that, I think to myself that I really could have gotten myself dirty, help her, and probably get my suit all white and clean again. You understand? I say that to say that sometime in the midst of doing the greater good, you're going to have situation like what you described surround His Majesty. And I'm saying this with an assumption, mark you, that all that you're saying is in fact truthful, or they are not coming from a position of some bias of some kind with some ulterior motive. I'm saying that in the midst of all this. You understand? That assuming that they're correct, that sometime when you're in a situation, you might have to make a decision to kill 10,000 in order to save 100,000. And the 10,000 that get wiped out, the sympathizers and family members of these people now they think that you're a good man or a good leader because that's 10,000 people. But in the decision that you had to make, that would have been your best way out. You understand? You save 100,000 people, but you had to do so by destroying 10,000 people. You know, you get that way there for real, particularly as was here, me say, when you deal with a very complex situation like Ethiopia at that particular point in time, because a lot of things were at play, you know. But yeah, I might just, yeah, let me say, listen, differently to all the non-Rastas on the platform here, let me talk to you. Me subscribe to a different kind of Rasta, right? And in my Rasta, once you're a person with awareness, aspiring to awareness, you're one of me, you're a Rasta. You don't have to call yourself that. But I qualify Rasta to be more about once you come into self, because once you find your true self, you realize that you're everyone else. You see it? So that's the way I man see it differently. So within the love of Rastafari, respect to all ones, particularly the self-proclaimed non-Rastas. Respect to all the viewers differently. Yes, respect, give thanks, hope the reasoning actually, you know, bring some enlightenment. Particularly, I mean, I know a lot of information come from IMHOTEP that I'm personally, you know what I mean, will take to heart as well. So I just hope everyone really enjoy the presentation. I'm on a 4C, a part 3. Probably I might run a series go down the line. Who knows? But respect to all ones within the love. Rastafari.
Give thanks. Give thanks, as I said. What's your closing comments, King?
Yeah, I just want to say it was a good, it was a nice build. The brother Imhotep, I can see he's versed in the metaphysics.
True.
I myself my teacher is steeped in masonry. So I have a collection of a lot of Rosicrucians and a lot of chemetic works. Yeah. And also a lot of African oh yeah, P Hall. Also, a lot of African systems dealing with herbs and barks and crystals and the occult autonomy of Manly P. Hall again. Yeah. So I just want to say, um, Imhotep has all the right to say what he's saying about Rastafari. That too long we have been stagnant and in inertia, which is because of the Abrahamic religion we hold so dear. Manly P again. Yeah, the ancient teachings we hold so dear. And it is time that we move, we grow with the times, and we view His Majesty with our African spectacles and give back the Europeans' worldview to them, because that's the only way we can be united again as a people, if we have the same philosophy on life, on spirit, on energy, on frequency, vibration. So it is about time that we let go of the religion of the nomads of the desert and go back to our temples and our pyramids of the Nile Valley. Ankuja Senebneb.
Yeah, give thanks, Honorable. My view, I see Raskwame as next. Maybe Benjamin give his closing words. Yeah, peace.
Yes, I give thanks and praise for this real fruitful reasoning. You know, I really full joy, the different offerings, different contributions, and so on. You know, I really want to build upon Hero last, one of the stuff that he said last. You know, we're viewing His Majesty, through the spectacles, through an African spectacles, and we have always done that. From the inception of Rastafari, we have always done that. Maybe we might not have realized what we're doing. All of our strategies, all of our emblems, everything that Rastafari have as a part of our tradition. Well, I should say almost everything is from Africa. We look at the dreadlocks, we look to Kenya, we look at the whole question of our political strategy, the Nyabingi order, Uganda. We look at the aspect of our leadership, Ethiopia. So we have always been an African, movement from inception. You see, what is so special about these three countries that I just pointed out, I'm gonna keep it short, is that all of our records that we have seen in terms of what our ancestors have said about this region, Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, is that this is where humanity came from. You see, humanity came from this area. They call it the mountains of the moon. So to see all of our ideas, all of our strategies, all of our power and force, derived from this area, is a special thing. And Rastafari live it and will continue to live. And bless the love to all. And of course, just say, Ajawise, definitely have to do this again, seeing and big up one and all. IMHOTEP, big respect, Rast. Blessed love.
All right, give thanks, Kwame.
He meant Jawish just a while ago. When he said Jawise, he meant Jawish.
Jawish, sorry. Jawish, bless up.
Yeah. And Kumaja, your closing statement. You muted. Let me. Yeah.
Yeah, give thanks. You hearing me good?
Yeah, man.
All right. Well, give thanks for inviting me for the conversation. It was enjoyable and hearing different points and things, building with the brothers, I had a lot of interesting things here tonight. I realize my brother RAS ICERN, he highly impressed with the Masonic information and whatnot when my brother IMHOTEP kick in, you know what I mean? But why I like to trace the origin of ideas and thing and understand what's going on too. So me personally, I don't really gravitate to the New Age information, the Madame Blavatsky's and the Theosophical societies and that kind of biblical exegesis, you know what I mean? Like that we have on interpreting and whatnot, because what I understand is it have many various ways and various traditions who have who might feel like they have a certain system of understanding the truth in various things, you know. So yeah, like a lot of these metaphysical thing don't feel like if I never heard it. That's why I'm afraid to understand. I sit down and watch hours of lectures of Phil Valentine, Bobby Hemmett, all these man there who's kick all the metaphysical information and whatnot, you know. So I just say in terms of the conversation, it went different ways. I brought up some stuff with the messianic personages and how that in terms of Judeo-Christian culture, this messianic personage and how Rastafari now have reinterpreted certain scriptural passages to really cite such symbolisms in His Majesty as the Messiah who is to redeem the Black African people. And within certain historical events and all, we even relate certain historical events, the formation of the OAU, various the battle, you know what I mean, the independence of Ethiopia. Lots of things that we could relate to certain biblical passages through our own self-definition of things, because that's something important too. The power of definition and to define reality and things is very potent, you know, and you mustn't fall into other people's definitions and other people's paradigms of thought and these kind of things, you know. So with that, give thanks, respect. I hope I get invited to come and reason next time with the brothers and thing, man. Respect everybody. Respect.
Quickly, let me just say something to Ankomo. Ankomo, I need to connect with you.
Ankoma, the A aspiration. Yeah, right. Yes, right.
Put it in the chat.
All right. And IMHOTEP, your closing.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I just want to say this. You know, just like how throughout history, yeah, we have had many great kings, you know, many great liberators. During the reign of Haile Selassie, there were other African kings, but they were subjected to, you know, colonial rule. So he was the one who was free to, you know, express that Pan-Africanism, so to speak. However, I want to point out that, you know, the same way how, you know, we recognize his work, you know, there are many others, you know, Marcus Garvey has done so much. You know, we look at the Haitian Revolution with Toussaint and Jean-Claude Desailly, you know, Dottie Bookman. You know, I say that to say this. There is always millions upon millions of, you know, great men out there. And, you know, it just epitomizes the fact that everyone, you know, has the unlimited potential to be great. So, you know, we should recognize the divinity of greatness in each and every one. When it comes on to a little bit of, say, Masonry or occult science, it's important for us to recognize that even though the information might be coming from a Eurocentric point of view, like you know, Helena Petrona Blavatsky, Charles Fillmore, you know, Henry Thomas Hamblin, you know, people like that. It is important for us to understand that the source of the information is Afrocentric. You know, we know what the Greeks did. We know what the Romans did when they went into Africa. So even though you might see like a new thought or a new age movement going on in the West, the information, the source of the information is from Africa. And that's the reason why it's important for us to observe these angles as well, and not limit ourselves to say, boy, it's coming from a European, so we should shun it, because at the end of the day, the life is a cycle, 360 degrees. They took it from Africa and brought it to us in the West, right? And we are embracing it because that's the source. So I just want to say that, enough respect, my brother ICERN. I really admire the fact that you are open to that kind of information, because even I really admire the fact that Rastafarians are, say, they have not stopped on the journey, or they have not reached the destination. It's like there's a journey with no destination in mind. There are degrees. Everything is Masonry and everything is degrees. In ancient Kemet, as my brother Wasir can affirm, one had to go to school for 40 years to become a Nebsuti Sarah or a son of light. So we are always learning. The journey never ends, and I just want to say enough respect to each and everyone. Peace, love, and light. Love the vibrations, and big up on yourself, man.
All right, give thanks for that, my brother. Give thanks for that. I want to thank everyone for coming through. It was well anticipated. The brothers couldn't even wait for Thursday, so that's why we did it tonight. Powerful bill. And this new faculty of reasoning, of understanding within the Rastafari movement, I seen perhaps this is what the movement is missing to embrace more, to take that next step forward still. You understand? Yeah, them already know my stand still. And I guess Nkuma and ICERN will link up in regards to, different understanding vibe. Wasir, we give thanks for coming again. Until next time,
please remember to send your info in the chat, then we can just take a snap of it.
All right, true. So peace and love again, family. Give thanks, an amazing bill. I don't know if there will be a part 3 or perhaps a different topic of some sort, but we'll get into that at a later date. So peace and love again, right? Peace and love.
Hold on. Hold on, wait. I must get a picture of this thing here for Ankomo. Okay.
True, man.
Respect.
Peace, ICERN.
Yes, I.
Yes, I.